siphe nje leso sikhathi ukuthi nisimamele namhlanje. Masithi sukumani bese niyasukuma, masithi hlalani bese niyahlala. Ke sizwise nathi. Mamthobo, kusasa mesibuzwa ke sisho ukuthi anathi sakhokhela amakhosi phela. Sasitshela amakhosi ukuthi asukuma amakhosi. Undaba ezitha mangithi hlala phansi ahlale phansi undaba ezitha. Hawu, into engaka. Umfana sezolo utshela undaba ezitha ukuthi ahlale phansi ahlale undaba ezitha. Awu Nkosi yami. Mamncube. Mamncube. Busisiwe Pinki Mncube. Angithi nawe uzalwe ebukhosini. Hlonipha phela amakhosi. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bakhona phela bakwaMncube la. Hansat ngicela sibanike lamani listening devices so that sikhona uqala ngemeeting. Asifuni ukuthi mesisicala ube khona umuntu uthi mina ngizwanga ukuthi nokunthini niyahomusha lapha ngizwanga next. Khaya uyafuneka. Sanibonani bantu abadala. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Abshin. Molweni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Bengisa consulta la. Bengafuna ukuthukana. Bengisa goeiemorgen ja, goeiemorgen. Lochani, awu siyabonga weMamncube. Lochani. Awu Lochani. Awu siyabonga impela, awu Mamncube, uyabona usizilo wabakhona. Bengeke ngisho lo Lochani ngiyayithanda le. Engikhumbuza le konje kuphi esokhulumi sengangi-invite lapho ngohlala no I think ubaba uSikhosana or bamaHlangu esokhulumi inkosi Mahlangu. Awu shayisa indrebele ngithi hawu madoda engiyacala ukuhlala nabantu abakhuluma isindebele kuphela the whole day abafaki neEnglish nyana next basishaya siphelele isindrebele ngithi ya ngiyafunda ke manje bantu abadala sezoqala umhlangano. Ngicala ngokuthi ngi-introduce le tafula elihleli la senzile ukuthi masisiqala niyazi ukuthi ngikhuluma nobani. Mara angithi ngishilo ngathi goeiemorgen. Mase sikhuluma. Asehlisini imimoya njengemali yokuhlola. Sibeke phansi imimoya njengemali yokuhlola. Awuniki mic lapho Sizwe. Awuniki umama lapho imic Sizwe ukuthi uthini uma. In the meantime, asithatheni imimoya sibeke phansi njengemali yokuhlola.
Thank you. Can you please acknowledge Amakoikoi? Khoisan is here, not Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my bi-language, but I'm Khoikhoi. Khoikhoi, owners of the land. You need to respect us as the owners. Siyabonga. Amase! Amase!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe the first thing that you should have done was to introduce yourself, tell us where you're coming from, and educate us and teach us how do you greet in Khoisan without fighting with anyone. No one means to disrespect anyone in this house. And the fact that you are here shows an extent in which we respect you. That's why we have invited you in the meeting. There's no one who's going to fight with anyone here. There's no one who's going to disrespect anyone in this meeting. You stand up, you tell us, and you say, in Khoisan, when you greet, you say, "Khue more." We'll say it, no problem. When we leave here, we'll have learned something new. Can you give the gentleman a mic? Can you give him a mic again? Please, my brother, no need to fight. No one is disrespecting you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I am the monarchy of the Khoisan nation. King David, the owner of the land, 99%, 95% ownership of the land with documentation and archive proof. I am the owner of the land with my people. I have the documents. Whether you want to steal the land, whether you want to do everything you want to do, we will challenge that in the court of Geneva. Kai Ches. If you want to greet in Khoi, you say Kai Ches.
Cultures.
Kai Ches.
Kai Ches.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Korahab. Korahab.
Koracha,
Thank
King
you
David.
very much. Tohoba. Beautiful
Tohoga,
people.
King David. Thank you very much, King David. We are happy that you are here as the owner of the land, because that's what we are going to talk about today. Land. The most important thing in anywhere in the world. Land. Land is dignity. Land is pride. Land is everything. Because through the land you can eat, you can work the land, you can make business from the land. I take it, Hansat, have you provided the listening devices? Just raise your hand if you have not received a listening device. Those who have listening devices, if you, where is that piece? Oh, here. There's a small window there in that device. If you press it and it shows you one, it is in English. So when you want to hear in English, just press on the window, it will say one. You know you are listening in English. If you press it and it says two, you are listening in Setswana or Sepedi. If you press and it says two, that's Setswana and Sepedi. If you press and it says three, that is isiZulu or isiNdebele. isiZulu or isiNdebele is three on the window. Afrikaans, it's four. Four for Afrikaans. 5, it's Venda and Sitsonga. 5 is Venda and Sitsonga. Sign language, it will appear on the TV, right on the bottom screen of the TV. There will be sign language. So you don't have to press anything. Just watch, you will be sorted. We want to apologize to King David and his people on the Khoi language. We didn't make any provision for the Khoi language. We hope that either between the English or Afrikaans, you'll be able to contribute. And if any blame that must be afforded to the legislature, please blame the table here in front of you. We want to apologize to the whole of you that we do not provide for Khoi language. And we hope that the language that are here covers everyone in the house except for the Khoi. And we hope that either English or Afrikaans will be able to make amends. And that will not stop you from being able to participate in the meeting and be able to take decisions of the meeting. With that said, I want to take this opportunity to introduce the table and indicate that on your right, not mine, your right, which is my left, on your right, it's member Yako Diaga. Yes, sir, you may greet the people.
Good morning, and I hope we have a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Yako Diache. Next to him, it's Member... Mansour, why I like the name Yako? Maybe it's from Nico. Nico Diache. No, from today you are Yako for me. Member Njokwe, please greet the people.
Sanibonani makhosi wakithi.
Oh, I didn't know you are from the royal family. Next to Member Njokwe is Member Masilela.
Lochani.
Thank you so much, Member Masilela. And next to Member Masilela on my right, and which is your left, it's Member Magabula.
Sanibonani nonke inkosi neindlovukazi and nama princess.
Ngiyakubona incengela. Le yona ngiyayibona incengela. Next to Mama Magabula is Mam Ncube.
Lochani, sanibonani.
No, sabonga Mam Ncube. And then ekugcineni is Member Mamukheti.
Bayete.
Ngiyabonga. And then the chairperson of the session today, it's Member Mudise, Sanbonani, Lochani, Absheni, Molweni. If this was an exam, I failed already. Failed. Dr. David, please remind me. Kachen. Oh, hi, sharp. Aw nina bundluvu. Asenzwile niyahambisana nina. Oh, Kachen. Yeah. Sisuqala ngomhlangano. Member Ncube, you will chair the first session. I hand over to you.
Ngiyalochisa futhi sanibonani. Ngamandla engiwanikezwa ngusihlalo uhlonishwa. Mina Pinky Busisiwe Ncube, acting chairperson of the Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee in the legislature, hereby declare the multi-purpose center as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 11th of August 2023. This is in terms of Rule 56, subsection 1 and 2 of the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thus, the standing rule of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. Ngiyabonga. Lokho kusho ukuthi njengoba uchairperson besihlalo umhlonishwa umdise eseshilo ukuthi lana sizohloniphana akuzoba khona ukuhawulana abanye babekhuluma ukuthukana nama threats kodwa you are free ukuthi unga-raise i-view yakho ngaphandle kokulwa nokuthuka abanye abantu and akukho okuzobanjwa that will be held against you njengoba silana nje sekuse legislature manje. So anything that you say akunamaphoyisa azofika azokubopha because uthe wathi. Nothing will be held against you. So you are then going to speak in your own language or in the language that you will all understand, like we have this. Unfortunately, sekulisile umhlonishwa usihlalo ukuthi any language asinayo la. Kodwa ke maybe in future legislature maqali administration elandelayo lokho kuyobhekelelwa ukuthi kube khona. So sengideclareile ke ngepower enginikezwe umhlonishwa usihlalo ukuthi sekuse legislature siyabonga ke sizodlula ke lapho. Kaya awusinikeze ama-apology.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, sinama apology I4 namhlanje. The first apology member Fuchs ongakhoni ukuza kumhlanganweni ngenxa yokuthi akekho right. Bese S2 is from Honorable Member Hoffman, who indicated that he is unable to attend the meeting due to prior engagement. The third one is from Honorable Member Njokwe and Honorable Member Masilela, who indicated that they request to be released early to attend a funeral. And the fourth apology, Chair, is from HOD Mutlaneng, who's unable to attend the meeting due to ill health. And the department would be represented by Ms. Cornelia Notlaka, which is the Chief Director for Legal Services and the DIT support team. Thank you very much, Chair.
Siyabonga kakhulu Khaya. Awusinikanga ukuthi ngabe akhona yini amakhansela. Ngiwabingelele uma ngabe khona asitholanga ilist. If amakhansela khona ngiyawabingelela, and also the department e province angazi ngaba khona abekho department nationally cela uzintroduce.
Good morning. My name is Joe Lekala. I'm from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Friend, tell us introduce.
Good morning. My name is Winnie Ngubane Sambo. I'm a legal advisor within the GPL. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Sicela ke ukuthi sesuku number 3 abaphethe ama program processing the expropriation bill in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The learned friend Winnie Ngubane nguye will then take us through in terms of what are the legal aspects in terms of how they see it. Sesingawe.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I have before you is just a brief presentation on how we process the expropriation bill within the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And this is really just to take you into, thank you. And this is really just to take you into confidence as to what really unfolds when we have a Section 76 bill, such as this one. So I'll quickly move on. So the presentation is structured into two parts. The first part is the introductory section, which I'll quickly take you through. And then the second part is the most important part, I think, for this particular meeting. And it really involves how do we process a Section 76 bill in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature.
Uqala kancane kulaba abaphethe ama paper bag asiyo ayikho la ikhona or ayikho sicela usitshela wena abangazothethisa thina
But the process is not there. Apparently, the documents go print when they say they can only print.
Okay, sure. Okay, abanye abanayo siyaxolisa lapho yeah siyaxolisa on behalf of lawa benza ukuthi angapheleli ungakhuluma ke ngaqhubeka.
Okay, so thank you, Chairperson.
Cela emuva kuthuleke angithi sishilo sathi all the rules of the legislature applies here. So sicela ukuthi kuthuleke ngoba sonke kumele ukuthi simamelane la eParliament namhlanje. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just going to move on to the introductory section. It's quite brief. And the purpose of it is really just to place into context who we are as a Gauteng Provincial Legislature and what are our functions, just so that you know what we are about for those who may not be aware. So the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is forms part of one of the three arms of state and coexists with other, arms such as the executive and the judiciary within the doctrine of separation of powers. And it derives its mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public participation, as well as cooperative governance from the Constitution. And in carrying out its work, the legislature ensures adherence to the Constitution. We have our own internal standing rules of the legislature and all other relevant laws of the Republic of South Africa. Earlier on, I spoke about one of the fact that one of the functions of the legislature is lawmaking. So here on this slide, we're just basically highlighting the legislature's lawmaking powers and where they are derived from. We look at Section 104 of the Constitution, which confers legislative authority on provincial legislatures. We also look at Section 114, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which provides that in exercising its legislative powers, a provincial legislature may consider, pass, amend, or reject any bill before the legislature and initiate or prepare legislation except for money bills. So that is where we derive our power to consider legislation, and that is why we are here. And on this slide, I wanted to just highlight some of the bills that you may encounter, and also just put into context as to which category of bills does the expropriation bill fall under. And we first just note that a bill is proposed legislation in draft form, which is under consideration by legislature. So I want to reiterate that it's still in draft form, and that is why you are here. We want to solicit your input so that they may, influence the final draft of the bill, which may become an act later on if it is passed. So your inputs are very, very important because they may shape, you know, the final product of the expropriation bill or / act if it is enacted. Some of the bills that you may come across are Section 74 bills. Those are bills which amend the Constitution. Then we have Section 75 bills. Those are ordinary bills not affecting provinces. And most importantly, for our purposes, Section 76 bills, which is the category of bills highlighted in red. And these are ordinary bills affecting provinces. And the expropriation bills fall squarely within this category of bills, and that is why it has been considered by all the 9 provincial legislatures, including Gauteng, and that is why you are here. And then the last category is Section 77 bills, which are money bills, which I don't think we should actually even worry ourselves about in this session. Moving on to the most important part, how exactly do we process a Section 76 bill in the GPL? So this really speaks to the procedure that we follow. I'm wondering whether you can, is it visible? Can you actually see it? Is it big enough? Are the small little brown boxes visible? Can you see the wording in there? How can we just try and enlarge so that, can someone from the technical team please try and help me so that we can just try and enlarge the slide so that people can actually see what's on the screen? Mr. Kaya, is he here?
Maybe you should just explain.
Okay, well, I'll try and okay, let me just do this. It looks like it's working. So I'll just take you. Can you see, is it a bit better now? Okay, wonderful, great. So I'll just take you through each block. So we start with the National Council of Provinces and in National Parliament, which informally refers the bill to provincial legislatures before a bill has been introduced or tabled in that house. So this step is really just to alert all provincial legislatures that there is this particular bill in the pipeline. Prepare yourself. You can start doing some groundwork, some research and reading around it, because it is going to later on come to you formally for consideration and processing. So that is the first step. Once the NCOP has formally referred the bill to provincial legislatures, the Speaker of each provincial legislature also informally refers the bill to the relevant committee and relevant MEC for information and planning. So the relevant committee in this situation would be this committee before you within the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The next step is, once the bill has been introduced or tabled in the National Council of Provinces, the NCOP will formally refer the bill to provincial legislatures, and in that formal referral, it will also provide timeframes to process the bill. So this is a very important stage, because this is where now the NCOP is saying to provincial legislatures, you may now start considering the bill formally, and you may now start, processing the bill formally. And I'll tell you just a little bit later on, what does processing entail? The next phase is that the Speaker now formally refers the bill to the relevant committee and the relevant MEC for processing. So the Speaker will say, committee, here's the bill that we've received from the NCOP, from National Parliament. You may now start working on the bill. And the committee will then prepare a plan on how to process the bill including the timeframes that have, and those timeframes must align with the timeframes that we've been given by National Parliament, the NCOP. And what does processing actually entail? What do we mean when we say a committee is actually processing a bill? So it involves, a number of, processes, and the first, one of the first things is that the committee will receive a briefing by the department and the NCOP special delegate. So the national department will come in and brief the committee on what the bill actually entails. What does it seek to do? And all the relevant details of the bill, so that the committee can be empowered on every aspect of the bill. And then the next part, the committee will receive a legal opinion, an internal legal opinion on the constitutionality of the bill, as well as other legislative or legal implications of the bill. And this is just to, alert or appraise the committee of any potential constitutional issues that may arise, arising from the bill. Then another important, presentation that the committee will receive is a socioeconomic analysis from research. And that is really, assessing this socioeconomic impact of this particular bill. Excuse me. And lastly, another important aspect or another important presentation that the committee will receive are the views of the provincial executive. So the provincial sort of department will come in and explain, how does it view the proposed bill, any challenges when it comes to, the implementation of the bill, etc., within the province, etc. The next phase is very important. It's the one that is highlighted in the blue box. And that is exactly where we are right now. And this phase is where the committee goes out and solicits inputs from members of the public through written submissions or public hearings. So this is where now, in terms of the Constitution, we are required to facilitate public involvement when we are processing legislation. And that is why you are here. That is why your views are so important, because it's a fundamental constitutional right for you to participate and give your inputs, relevant inputs on this particular bill, to assist the committee in arriving at a final decision that will be submitted later on to the NCOP. So your inputs are very important, and that is why we are here. The next phase is the negotiating mandate phase, which really just indicates the parameters for negotiating and proposed amendments. Again, going back to your your inputs, whether written or oral, all those inputs which may be relevant to the bill may be incorporated into the negotiating mandate. And sometimes, the committee will also include proposed amendments so that those can be reflected in the negotiating mandate. The negotiating mandate is really the document that will indicate, as Gauteng, what are the people of Gauteng saying about this particular bill? What are their views? Do they agree with it? Do they not agree with it? Are there any proposed amendments that may have arisen from the public involvement phase, which is the phase that we are in right now? So that is what the negotiating mandate phase really entails. The next phase is the final mandate. So this is where now, once the committee has deposited its negotiating mandate to the NCOP Select Committee, the NCOP Select Committee will consider those proposed amendments or the negotiating mandate, and will come back with a decision. And then the committee will now have to sit down and decide, are we voting against the bill or in favor of the bill, or we are abstaining from voting on the bill. So that's another very important, phase or stage. Then the next part is the NCOP will vote in plenary, and each province has one vote. And in order for a bill, a Section 76 bill, to pass, at least 5 provinces must vote in favor of the bill. So if the NCOP does not receive at least 5 votes, the bill will not pass. But if it receives 5 or more votes from each of the provinces, then the bill may pass. So this is a repetition. And once the bill has passed in the National Council of Provinces, it will then be transmitted to the National Assembly, who will then also pass the bill. And once the National Assembly passes the bill is submitted to the President for assent, and it becomes an act of Parliament. And then lastly, the last phase is that once it has been signed and it has become an act of Parliament, a signed copy is then entrusted to the Constitutional Court for safekeeping. So that, in essence, in a nutshell, is how a Section 76 bill is processed in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature as well as in the NCOP. And this was really just to give you an overview of the process and also just place into context where exactly do your submissions fit in. And also to just reassure you that your submissions are very important to us, and they will be, each and every submission will be duly considered by the committee and taken into account. And on that note, I just want to really re-emphasize the importance of making relevant submissions to the bill. So how I would advise, as a legal advisor that actually considers the bill, is that perhaps you attack a particular aspect of the bill. Perhaps you don't agree with, for example, Section 5 of the bill. You'd stand up and say, well, I don't agree with Section 5 of the bill because of X, Y, and Z reasons, and this is what I would propose the bill or Section 5 should be reconstructed or amended. So those kind of submissions along those lines are actually more, useful, and they really help the committee, to incorporate those submissions into the negotiating mandate. So that is it on my part. Thank you so much for lending me your ear.
Siyabonga kakhulu Leonard friend. Just in summary, she was just telling us about the processes and procedures that are leading us to why are we here. Some other meetings, they will ask us, ukuthi mosi, in National Assembly portfolio, yasbiza, why nena nisbiza? So, njengoba i-bill isiku National Council of Provinces, decide committee, decide futhi ama-permanent delegates, i-province, ewathumela ku-National Council of Provinces, but decide abahlali bakuleyo province naleyo province. Nationally, seyenzakele i-consultation yenziwa i-National Assembly. Manje, i-consultation in provinces yenziwa i-National Council of Provinces. So asinbizi because mhlambe sifuna nje nize, kodwa kungumthetho ukuthi uma ngabe sesinikeza amalunga ethu amele i-Gauteng i-National Council of Provinces, basho ukuthi mandate yethu isuka abantu bathi njengoba sinibizile besimbiza futhi kwamanye ama-region ukuthi simamele ukuthi nithini, bese at the end sihlanganisa yonke into ukuthi ano bathi la kuyashintsha, la shintsha yonke ilento paragraph or ma definitions sizozwa ngani. Manje ke sesizozwa ke isikhulumi esiphuma ku National Department okuyibo abahlanganise le bill le from iqala izizofika kulesikhathi lesi bazizele bona ngokwabo ngqo ukuthi bazosibekela bachaze la kumele bachaze khona ukuze nithi uma nikhulume into ayichazile futhi nebhalwe la engabhalwanga la enicabangayo nizositshela after all these presentations. Siyabonga. Asizwe ke mhlonishwa. Usebenzisa bill as is, angithi? Presentation. Okay. No, it's fine. Yeah, asinkinga yakho. Okay. Sinikeza wena ke ukuthi upresente. Kodwa ipresentation yakhe useyisummarize yena ngama slides azawabonisa lana. Kodwa isuka la kubill. Usynthesize wa summarize angithi nina masenisitshele nizosho ukuthi uclose bani usection bani uthi yena naye uzokwenza isummary yakhe angayishongo nina nizoyibona kubill ngoba bese nifundile maybe before nifika la. Asiyeke.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure, traditional leaders present here this morning, representing different traditional authorities, and members of the different communities. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this important bill to you this morning. The purpose of this presentation is generally to give you an overview in respect of the Expropriation Bill B23-B of 2020. But perhaps it is important that before we deal with issues of the bill, we should first deal with the foundation. The foundation being the Constitution. The Constitution of 1996 is the supreme law of the country, and it says law or conduct inconsistent with it is invalid. This means that the bill that we will talk about this morning must actually mirror the provisions of the Constitution, particularly the property clause or section 25 of the Constitution. And if you would have seen in the Constitution, section 25 is a very long clause. I think it starts from section 25(1) up to section 25(9) or so. And some people call section 25 the property clause, others call it the property guarantee clause, because it deals with the issues of property in two manners. It protects those who hold property rights, but also at the same time, it gives government the responsibility to ensure that there are reforms, different kinds of reforms. The most important reform that comes to mind is land reform. So section 25 deals also with, or expects government to deal with, land reform and other reforms. Now, the same section 25 also gives government the responsibility to ensure that when it undertakes those reforms, it can also use the power of expropriation. The power of expropriation is found in section 25(2) of the Constitution. That is the authority in terms of which this bill was drafted. In terms of that provision, lawful expropriation of property can only occur when it is for a public purpose or in the public interest and subject to just and equitable compensation. And public interest includes the nation's commitment to land reform, as I've already indicated, and to reforms to bring about equitable access to all of South Africa's natural resources. Now, dealing with the bill itself, the bill, as I've already indicated, the basis for the bill is section 25, and as such, it is intended to facilitate the provisions of section 25 of the Constitution. But also, it is not only section 25 that the bill is dealing with. There is also another important provision of the Constitution that the bill covers, which is section 33 of the Constitution. Section 33 of the Constitution requires the bill to incorporate the principle of just administrative action. This improvement in the bill seeks to mitigate the drastic nature of expropriation and requires the following: that notification must take place through publication of an intended expropriation, and notification to all affected persons of an intended expropriation, including the purpose and rationale for such expropriation, should take place. Interested parties should be afforded an opportunity to raise objections and make representations to the expropriating authority before a decision to expropriate is taken, and the expropriating authority must consider all submissions from interested parties before deciding whether or not to proceed with an expropriation. In other words, what this means is that persons who are affected by an expropriation are given the right to be heard. If government comes to you and says, we want to expropriate your property for a public purpose or in the public interest, you must be given notice, you must be given the reason why you are expropriated. You have to be given an opportunity to be heard and the opportunity to make representations or objections. One other thing that I think I also have to mention is that the power to expropriate can only be exercised by government. No private person can expropriate. That is why, because it is a drastic measure that only government can use, when you are affected, you are given the right to be heard, so that in the process there is engagement between government and the affected persons. And it is not only private persons who would be affected by an expropriation, but also even companies. If company owns land or property which is required for a public purpose or in the public interest, that land can be, or property can be expropriated. The public purpose include things like services that government normally gives to people like health, education, protection services, agricultural services, and so forth. Now, as I've already indicated, that only the state can exercise the power to expropriate. This power can be exercised by the three spheres of government and other organs of state within these spheres through legislation for matters connected with functional areas of their legislative competence. Now, functional areas of legislative competence, as I've already indicated, are services that government provide to people. Those are functional areas of legislative competence because government gives services to people through legislation. The power that government officials exercise is exercised through legislation. An official would not just wake up in the morning and just take a decision which is not anchored in legislation or policy. This bill, therefore, seeks to ensure consistency with the Constitution and uniformity of procedure for all expropriations without interfering with the existing powers of expropriation. To explain it, because there are many expropriating authorities across the three spheres of government, this bill is an overarching or framework piece of legislation that will ensure that all expropriating authorities observe procedures that are laid down in the bill itself. Just to give an example, some of the expropriating authorities out there include municipalities. Municipalities have powers to expropriate for areas of their service delivery. Various departments, government departments have powers to expropriate. The Department of Education, for instance, can expropriate. The Department of Health can also expropriate property. So there are many organs of state that can expropriate include SANRAL when they want to build a road, or ESCOM when they want to erect power lines. They can also expropriate for that purpose. Now I will deal with the provisions of the bill itself. Clauses 1 and 2 deals with definitions, and it entrenches the principle of due process. Due process, as I've already indicated, relates to issues like people should be given the right to be heard, they should be able to object when they want to object, and they should be notified and be given reasons for the decisions that the expropriating authority wants to take. And in clauses 1 and 2 also, the issue of public purpose and public interest is dealt with. The rationale for that is also dealt with. And in those clauses also, broadly it covers the issue of cooperative government, where another organ of state intends to expropriate the other. There has to be concurrence and consent from the organ of state concerned. And the most important provision in clauses 1 and 2 is that one that makes it compulsory that before an expropriating authority can expropriate, the expropriating authority must negotiate with the affected party. Clauses 3 and 4 mainly deal with the power of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to expropriate. The National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is responsible for the provision of accommodation to national government departments. So the minister has powers to expropriate for that purpose, so that those government departments that provide services can be able to have accommodation to enable them to provide those services. So there is that specific power for the Minister of Public Works, and there is also another power that the Minister of Public Works possesses to expropriate, and that is a power to expropriate on behalf of an organ of state at the request of that organ of state. Clauses 5 and 6 deals with the procedure that must be observed by an expropriating authority before an expropriation. This includes an investigation, issues around access to the affected property, and the provision of information required. It also deals with issues around compensation and also any damage that can follow during the investigation stage and so forth. Clauses 7 to 11 deals with the notice of intention to expropriate. The notice of intention to expropriate covers issues such as compensation, representations, and objections. And it indicates the property that will be affected by an expropriation. It also indicates the time frames and the requirements for the publication of that notice. The notice to expropriate, as opposed to the notice of intention to expropriate, because there are two types of notices. There is notice of intention to expropriate and notice to expropriate. The notice to expropriate follows after the notice of intention to expropriate. And one of the requirements is that the document upon which an expropriation is based must accompany such a notice. Clauses 12 to 18 deals with issues of compensation. And they are, clauses 12 to 18 are based on section 25(3) of the Constitution. Section 25(3) of the Constitution sets out the general standard for compensation. And it says that in the determination of compensation, the following aspects or elements must be considered: current use of the property, history of the acquisition and use of the property, the market value of the property, and the extent of direct state investment and subsidy in the acquisition and beneficial capital improvement of the property, and the purpose of the expropriation. Those are some of the factors that will be taken into account when just and equitable compensation is determined. But there is an innovation, a new inclusion in the bill. And this innovation is not completely, it is an innovation in the sense that it is made explicit. It is making explicit what has always been silent, but there in the Constitution. it is clause 12.3, which deal with the possibility of nil compensation. And some of the factors that may give rise to nil compensation being considered in a specific case include where land is not being used and the owner's main purpose is not to develop the land or use it to generate income, but to benefit from appreciation of its market value. In other words, those who are very educated would call this speculation. Ka lingo ya mo hae ba re ke go dlala ma-dice gore o bone gore property eo e ka o tswela something. Where an organ of state holds land that it is not using for its core function and is not reasonably likely to require the land for its future activities in that regard. In this case, for instance, property might be owned by Transnet, which is an organ of state. If the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform requires that piece of property for land reform purposes, either for tenure reform or for restitution, then it must get into talks with government, that organ of state, to acquire that property against nil compensation, where it is clear that that organ would have acquired that property for no consideration. And another instance where nil compensation will be paid is when the property is registered in the deeds office, but the owner has abandoned the land by failing to exercise control over it. Or where the market value of the land is equivalent to or less than the present value of direct state investment or subsidy in the acquisition and beneficial capital improvements of the land. We know that in the past, the previous government subsidized certain sections of the community to acquire properties and to undertake agricultural activities and so forth. Now, when in the course of an expropriation, where it is found that actually the market value of the affected property is equal to the subsidies that were given by government at that time, or the beneficial capital improvements that government contributed to, where they are equal to the market value of that property, then no compensation will be paid in those circumstances. And lastly, when the nature or condition of the property poses a health risk, safety or physical risk to persons or other property. And the other clauses, clauses 13, 14 and 15 deals with the modalities of how compensation will be paid, interest that must be payable, compensation claims, and you know the number of days that the parties can give each other and claim the just and equitable compensation. In other words, the expropriating authority in terms of clause 14 can make an offer, and the person who is given the offer can reject that offer, and that person is given 20 days to reject the offer, and then the expropriating authority can make a final offer. Clause 17 makes provision for the payment of compensation for purposes of outstanding municipal rates and charges that go with the expropriated property. And another important provision is where the compensation can be deposited with the master of the High Court in situations where the beneficiaries cannot be traced or they are undetermined, or where there is a dispute or doubt about beneficiaries' identity, or where there is an interdict on the property, and so on. Clause 19 deals with the settlement of compensation dispute by mediation or a competent court. What it does practically is to give effect to Section 34 of the Constitution, which is access to courts. The existence of a dispute in respect of compensation or the application of this act do not necessarily suspend the decision to expropriate. In other words, when the expropriating authority serves you with a notice of expropriation, that does not, even if there is a dispute on about compensation, that does not suspend the decision to expropriate. In other words, the two can be separated. The dispute about compensation can be dealt with later, and the property gets expropriated at that time, because the moment you are served with a notice of expropriation, it means property moves over to the expropriating authority. Clause 20 deals with agent expropriations, and agent expropriations take place under two instances, two broad categories. Under two broad categories in terms of situations provided for by the Disaster Management Act or following an order of court. And agent expropriations are temporary in nature. They can only last for 12 months. And they can only be an extension of that period by consent up to a maximum of 18 months. Just and equitable compensation must still be paid even under situations of agent expropriation. Clause 21 of the bill authorizes the expropriating authority to withdraw an expropriation if the withdrawal is in the public interest or the reason for which the property was expropriated is no longer applicable. There are situations where the bill will not permit a withdrawal of an expropriation, and this includes where 3 months has expired from the date of expropriation, or where the ownership has passed by way of registration of the property in the deeds office, or where compensation has already been paid unless the consent of the affected parties is obtained. In other words, the clause allows the withdrawal by an expropriating authority to take place, the withdrawal of an expropriation. But there are situations that I've indicated where it is not allowed to withdraw an expropriation. And clauses 22, 23, and 24 are really standard provisions in the bill that really deals with service of documents and notifications by way of radio and television communication, and including the language that can be used. The most important thing about clause 24 is that it requires the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to keep a register of all expropriations. Now, the previous act, which is currently the law, the Expropriation Act of 1975, does not require the minister to have a register of expropriations. But when this bill is passed into law, the minister will be required to keep a register of expropriations, and the register will be a public document. Persons from all walks of life can be able to approach the ministry or the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to look at information about expropriations and any other thing they may require. As I've indicated, the remainder of the provisions, 25 to 27, are just standard provisions. And on that note, Chair, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa. Ngokusibekela ukuthi ithini le bill according to the drafters. Maybe before ngibuyisela kusla, I think from where I sit, you need to further clarify the nil expropriation. Also, mangcheka la akekho defined lo nil. So ngicela ke uchaze lapho so that bathi uma bekhuluma nale umphaka abawuphethe bewubhalile bebe understand ukuthi lo nil usho ukuthini njengoba ubhalwe lapha yana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will try my best to explain what the nil compensation provisions mean. We have been told by those who studied law at universities that there is a difference between nil compensation, when you say you're paying nil compensation, and when you're saying you're paying it's expropriation without compensation. Let me explain it further. When you read the bill, you are going to be required to read the whole of clause 12 as a whole. In other words, you cannot just zoom into clause 12.3, which deals with nil compensation alone. You have to deal with clause 12 as a whole. And clause 12 as a whole requires you to do an exercise of considering all the relevant factors to determine just and equitable compensation. So you have relevant factors that I indicated earlier on at the beginning of clause 12. Let me quickly go to clause 12. You have the relevant factors that are stated in section 25.3, which have been replicated in clause 12 of the bill. The current use of the property, history of the acquisition of the property, market value, direct state investment, and the purpose of the expropriation, and all other relevant factors. You have to start there. And then, on a case-by-case basis, if in that particular case, these factors are applicable, clause 12.3 factors are applicable, you will also consider those clause 12.3 factors or take them into account. And after doing that evaluation, then you will come to a conclusion that in this particular case, nil compensation is payable. In other words, the decision maker, the expropriating authority, will not start off by saying, in this particular case, no compensation is payable, because that will be unconstitutional. You have to do that exercise of taking all the relevant factors into account, and on a case-by-case basis, until you can determine that nil compensation is payable. I hope I've tried to explain it, unless I've made it even more difficult.
Na angizokusho mina bazosha abakhulumi. Chairperson Bothe unginika first session. Let me take it back to you. Siyabonga kakhulu bantu abadala abamameli makhosi zindlovukazi nama princesses nezinye ikhulu ezikhona. Siyabonga.
No, siyabonga Mamncube, sibonge nama presenters wethu, and I hope ukuthi amakhosi nizwile lento ekade ikhulunywa, senibonile nokuthi in affecta kanjani nemhlaba yenu, and senready ukusho ukuthi ningaphawula ke nisitshele ke nisithume futhi ningancingi futhi ningesabi uvela uqonde nje usitshele ukuthi mamelani ke njengoba nina sinithuma niyele eParliament niyobatshela thina singamakhosi sithi ngendaba yomhlaba nalenteni isilungu nethi expropriation nangu umbono wethu umhlaba lo si responsible for wona thina nabantu bethu sithi kuwe na umbono wethu. You don't have the hearing aid, King David. You don't have the hearing aid. You don't have you don't have your hearing aid. They didn't give you. Okay, take mine. Take mine. Kaya, oh, they are coming. Take mine. Is there anyone else who does not have a hearing aid? Ngaphandle kwalaba baqeda ukufika. Siphelile. All right. Ngicela unike uKing David laphaya. Mawungaphakamisa nje isandla King David ungitshela ukuthi uyangizwa ke manje. So ngiyayingizwa manje awuzweke. Hey, imnandi technology. Seka right unganika nangu mama la na. I was indicating that the session we are going to enter into, it's a session of discussion. It's your session. You are the one who are going to tell us. You are the one enizostuma. It's you who's going to mandate us. With mesfika, sesihlele soto, sesicompile report, Parliament. Nifuna sibatshela ukuthini, nina amakhosi la eGauteng, nithini ngomhlaba wenu. Mayelana nalento bekhulunywa uMadikizela lapha nobaba ye-expropriation of land without compensation. UMamncube wamcela abuye futhi azo explaina kusho ukuthi ini in-nil compensation. Uma sebefikile lapha esokhuluma bazothatha umhlaba kaMahlangu, nithini nina nisizwe sikaMahlangu, bese bazothatha umhlaba kaSikhosana, wena njengomuntu responsible for isizwe sikaSikhosana uthini ufuna sitshele igovernment sithini on your behalf. So this process for the next 1 hour 30 minutes, so mamelani yini kuphela abantu abazokhuluma, asisekhulumi thina. So cela uMamkhethi asifacilitate the next 1 hour 30 minute session Mamkhethi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Upukaya, because normally CSCT. Ngiyazwakala? Niyangizwa bantu abadala? Okay. Sizoqala ngapha ngasesayidini lika right yami. Normally CSCT umuntu ofuna ukukhuluma aze la phambili then bese siba no line kanjalo. So angiboni ukuthi ni arrange kanjalo today ne. There's no chairs because sesifuna abantu abadala bahlale phansi usukume nje mawuzokhuluma. So ngizocela ke kule site yami yakwa right ofuna ukukhuluma aphakamise isandla bese bazohambisa imic kanjalo. 1 2 number 3 baba number 4 number 5 number 6 number 7 number 8 number 9 le emuva 10 uzoba number 11 12 13 14 15 angithi siyazwana abantu abadala so soqala la njengoba uchair seke khulumile angithi siye sathola ama presentation i2 ngeprocess yokuqala eyesibili iact ibill clause by clause so ngizocela ukuthi na uzophawula ucho ukuthi ukhuluma ngeyiphi ipresentation yokuqala or eyesibili re tlo bua hore di presentation di bile pedi akere hona le ne re hlalosetsa ka process hore bili ho tla jwang hore itle ibe ifihle ko NCOP mo eleng hore e tlo votelwa ke di province tse 5 ebe le hore ke hona e tlo yang ko National Assembly so ke tlo kopa hore ha re etsa re phaola re bue hore re phaola ka efeng ya pele kapa ya bobedi yabo. Oh nokuthi thank you comrade Pinky hore o tlo bua hore o tswa ko kae uzokhuluma ukuthi wena uyinkosi or uchief ubuya kwaMahlangu or ubuya kuphi so that sikwazi ukuthi siya recorda yonke into enizoyikhuluma then bese asizutshintsha lutho kulento lizoyiphawula bese sithatha injalo bese sithumela national njengoba bewusekuchiwe ekuqaleni ngiyabonga.
Good morning, everybody. I'm more than happy to have this occasion by now. I'm Mr. M. Tubazane from Mahlangu Traditional Affairs. I'm a chairperson. I have heard that ESCOM, Sanral, municipalities are allowed to expropriate the land. What about the traditional leaders? Two, traditional leaders must not allow government to expropriate the land without confirming to the traditional leaders as the owners of the land. Many thanks.
Let me greet you all in this house in the name of Jesus. My name is Pastor Mudise. I see Honorable Mudise, there's a chairperson. And Ukuluma isiZulu kahle, angazi ukuthi uphumaphi. But anyway, it's not a coincidence. I'm the PA of His Majesty, my chief, Musia, from Basia Tribal Authority. I'm here for two things, or three. But it becomes difficult for me to deny or to agree with the bone of contention because we don't have an informative document that is talking about this bill properly in our midst. I see they've written it in one language, and we have so many concerns and questions that we want to raise regarding the sections and the clause that are illustrated by this document. Okay. I understand that section 25, subsection 2 is giving the government the power to expropriate, only the government. And the same government is expropriating the property from the private and probably from its own entities as well. So my concern here is that clause 12.3, it says that the land that is not developed or the property that is not developed or used to generate income then can be expropriated by the government. That worries me because if we own the land that we are not able to develop that land, why must the government put their nose in that land? Because it's not their land. We don't have money to develop the land, yes. But the land does not belong to the government. The land belongs to us. So why must the government now come into the traditional affair of that land and want to expropriate it? Why can't they leave it as it is? Because there is a future plan for the same land. We might develop the land in future. And then the problem that I have again is, it is stated that all organs of the state can expropriate. And they hold the land currently in their midst. The question is, whose land is that the organ of state are holding currently? Who does that land belongs to? Because my understanding is you cannot hold a property that doesn't belong to you. So that worries me as well. And here are clauses come after clause. Clauses 13, 14, 15, and 16 that gives an offer to expropriate, and you are given 20 days to respond from that notice of expropriation. Why must you give me a time frame of my own land? Give me more time to think whether I want my land to be expropriated or not expropriated. You can't give me 20 days. And after 20 days, you continue with expropriation if I don't respond. What if I'm in hospital for 30 days and you gave me 20 days as a notice of expropriation? Then you're going to expropriate my land while I'm in hospital? No, I totally disagree with that clause. You have to give me more time because I must also think whether I want to expropriate my land or I don't want to expropriate my land. And another thing is that clause 19, it talks about the ownership and possession. They say it remains valid. Why this expropriation is not stressing the fact of ownership of the rightful owner of the land? It only says that if the land is not usable, and he gave all the needs that they need to take into consideration before they expropriate, which they talk about the market value and everything, until it will come to a null compensation. My worry is that who determines the compensation of my land? That's the first thing. Who determines that? Because if you give me the notice of expropriation, it means already you know how much you must pay me. And how much do you pay me on what? Because these lands are not yet been given to the rightful owners. The people who are supposed to be rightful owners of these lands are called the custodians of these lands. They manage the lands. But the approach that they receive from the government side, when they have to cede these lands that belongs to them through expropriation, the approach is like it's like bully. It has like a bully methodology within. It's like if you don't do this, I'll do this. Because it doesn't have a good way of requisition. So I feel like it is an attack. We are under ambush here. It's like we are told what to do and when to do it and how to do it. So my request here, I'm denying with the bone of contention. I'm denying with the bone of contention. Most of the clause here, I want to ask the legislature to send us the documents, please. I don't have a document. I'm talking from what they have been presenting. Presentation is not enough. I want to go and read myself. I want to go and familiarize myself with this bill. And this bill, right now, as we said, it might be the first approach, yes, because they need our approval so that they can tell the government what to do. But tell the government to wait a little bit. Tell the government to take us seriously and take us into consideration first. Tell the government that we are still going to read and think how to give our land back, which we have not yet received back from the government. Let us get the land back from the government to the rightful owners first. Then, after all, we can have these issues of expropriation with or without compensation. It doesn't matter. But let us first own our own lands. Government give our chiefs the land first, and then once the land is in their hands, we will sit down and decide what to do with this land. Because now we are discussing whose land. Now we are expropriating whose land, on whose terms and conditions, and then who is expecting who to pay who how much. So we are not going to dilly-dally here. We really want this thing to be straightforward. I say, from the Basia Tribal Authority, we deny with the bone of contention. We don't agree.
Bantu abadala kunesicelo bathi ucameraman uthi ucela ukuthi nize nga-2 in the middle because ngaphayana uyastruggleish ukupicture. Ngicela usondele laba.
Good evening.
All right, cameraman. Okay. Bantu abadala ngizocela ukuthi if oze phambi kwakho seke coverile lokhu ubufuna ukukusho singaku repeat so that sikwazi ukuthi sistike to 3 minutes yethu because sibaningi and everybody uyabona iline ingakanani. Everybody ufuna ukukhuluma so ngizocela ukuthi sizame ukuthi sishwangathele nje kancane. 3 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I was speaking on behalf of Amantunga Royalty Kingdom. As a youth presenter of Amantunga Kingdom, my name is Tabang. I want to know that government it's a people, right? We're talking about government as a people. Abantu, amakhosi and royalty and traditional leaders, the owners of the land. This thing here government, I don't understand. As government, this thing started in 1994. 1937, they came in Africa and bus remover to our roots. And then after when bus remove Batatum Sabawe to they ruled us. Silently they came 1994 ngene umuntu omnyama eParliament. Nelson Mandela, he should say, Stella umhlaba ubuyele back to komakhosi wethu umuntu omnyama akabuyele back to position yakhe. It didn't happen that thing, and people they busy fighting each other. Abantu balwela umhlaba wabo amakhosi they struggling. Abakwazi ukuleadership, abakwazi ukuleader abantu babo. And silently we came new government and say, if this land as khulumisana sinayi bill, we can't come endlini yami uzongitshela ukuthi phuma la yolala ngaphandle. From today uzodla ngesami isikhathi uzenza yonke into ngesikhathi ongitshela ngaso. So into against ngayile ndaba yebill. As nina nisebenzela ugovernment yomuntu omnyama, it's an oppression of a black person. Truth must be told. It's an oppression of the black person. And respect amakhosi wethu, and respect ama-traditional leaders zethu. So nina into amele niyenze as a government emuntu omnyama ukuthi nibuyele back noyitshela ukuthi sicela amakhosi abuyele athathe umhlaba wabo back. Government akana right yokutshela amakhosi ukuthi sifuna ukwenza so ngomhlaba wenu. You have to uhlale phansi whatever ibill iphumile or yaphuma mele hlale phansi ukuthi discuss namakhosi before ibill ngaphuma. And I decide amakhosi ngomhlaba wabo ukuthi sifuna ukwenza so ngomhlaba wethu, not the government. Not the government. So that I'm against it because ibill ichaza ukuthi ngizokunikeza i-10%. Utshela mina, utshela amakhosi nomhlaba wabo ukuthi uzobanikeza i-10%. Akusiba bayidecide to that 10%. It's you that you decide ukuthi sizokunikeza i-10%. If abavumi kule 10%, you recruit umhlaba wabo with the force. So it's not right. If you want to fix Africa as a whole, we have to consult amakhosi wethu. We have to consult our traditional leaders. We never government inizenzele whatever. Now, you know, manje isikhathi sokuthi amaqiniso aphume manje. We are tired of this thing. Bheka Africa check our youth. People that got angers. Amakhosi azama ukufisa because yiwo amakhosi ahlala ne-society, ahlala nomphakathi. Yiwo amakhosi aza iy'nkinga zabantu. You government, you don't know the problem of the people. You don't know the problem of the people. So issue yami nalendaba yebill I'm not satisfied ngikho right ngayo. To my side is like niwashaya 2 feet amakhosi. Nizowashaya 2 feet kahle when niba discuss ngebill. So we need ukuthi niqale phansi. Ni-inform amakhosi nihlale phansi ni decide nabo bona baze basho ukuthi bona sifuna ini ngomhlaba wethu, not to government. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first send my warmest greetings to the kings, queens, and chiefs that are present here, and greetings to the House at large. My name is Sello Maponya. I am from Manalambongo Traditional Council under the leadership of T.L. Mugibe in Gauteng, and nationally under the leadership of Ngwenya Mama Kosonke II. So I'm not going to be long. I just want to put things correctly here. Firstly, let me start by saying South Africa is a scene of crime. Crime was committed in South Africa through genocide. And that genocide was directed to our kings, queens, when they were dispossessed this land. So that's where we need to start first. Let's address this issue of a crime that happened when our kings and queens were disappropriated their land. We cannot talk about the bills that seeks to expropriate land, yet we haven't addressed the question of the crime that happened. We are on a scene of crime in South Africa. Land was taken through genocide. People were killed. And that issue has to be addressed. We cannot run away from it. So, in order for us to do things correctly, let the land be returned to the owners of the land, which is the kings and queens of this country. Thank you very much.
Lochanis Chabaskazim. Ya lochisa noke. Mina utumsane pet wagaskosane from Kwatema go traditional Yagamanala. Let me be short. To go back to basic. Bahlali, bazalwane, nani makhosi. Yalochisa nonke all avenues. Balochisila bakhulumile. Ngifuna ukuba mfitshane kakhulu. Let us go back to basic. Kunemhlaba la uma siubawa kuthola ukuthi amakhansela wethu ayasilimaza ayayikampela leyo ndawo bese iba indawo eba empty bese benza ama park bafaka ama tavern bese kuba khona bathengisa ama drugs leyo ndawo lezo ziyathogakala ukuthi ziberegiwe amakhosi wethu ilokishi nelokishi fe kube nesindawo bathi izigodlo zamakhosi lokishi nelokishi zibe nezigodlo zamakhosi lapho kuzobikwa khona inkinga zethu zesintu hayi zesikhuwa ukuze abantu ba-understande ukuze abantwana bethu bangalahleki kumele bafunde isiko lethu nesintu sethu let us avoid ukuthi siperishe nabantwana bethu bazalahleka sicela ama-site abengakithi lokishi nekulokishi makhosi bebe nendawo yamakhosi siyarabhela lokho angekhe zange ngayibona ukuthi kwathema khona indawo yamakhosi eTsakane khona indawo yamakhosi eSprite khona indawo yamakhosi njani akube khona indawo yamakhosi okwesibili nasedrobheni kunama building ajamile nje lapha ama Nigeria angene khona mahala afaka ama drugs benza ama prostitute bamocha ayafuneka nalama building lawo siwa occupy umhlaba owethu izwe Thokoza.
Bayet. Nala. Nda. Hello. Kaitis. Salom. This is how we greet. Now I had 4 points, but I'm going to cut it because I'm angry. Firstly, I want to address the issue that I'm seeing in front of me. This is supposed to be a rainbow nation, but I don't see one Khoisan there. Not one. Rainbow nation. The hell with that story. Now, the second issue. How can you got the audacity to come here and call us and spend your money on us to speak about land without the landowners? How can you do that? Here's the landowner sitting. How dare you do that? The only expropriation that should take place is to expropriate South Africa from government. That is the only expropriation that should happen. And I have got news. You know what they're doing? They want to render the kingdoms useless. But they are lying. They won't do it. They won't get it right. I am Paramount Chief Jacobs, and I represent the Gona Esekwe Royal Kingdom of King Botha. And I'm here with a message to you today. Die Khoisans wag vir julle. The Khoisan wag vir julle. I am a pastor, but I say, kom vang julle kak aan, dan gaan julle sien.
I'm on the coat of arms. Have you notified the coat of arms? Can I ask also the government, have they notified or informed the people of the Native Land Act of 1909? Have they notified or told the people about the Colored Communal Act of 1961, whereby the mission stations and proclaimed colored townships are trust areas? Nobody can touch a trust land without the input of the inhabitants of the trust land. The whole of Gauteng is a trust land. How can government expropriate land without the mandate of the owners of the land? I am the living embodiment of the coat of arms.
Amase. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andre Beck. My name is Andre Beck, and I hail from the tribe of the Azerbeck Korana from the Free State. I am the paramount chief for the Gauteng region. And today, I want to make it clear that I understand clearly the Land Expropriation Act. But I'm asking myself, how can you expropriate land without even recognizing the constitutional and even the human right of the Khoi and San? You exclude us from everything that you do. Today is a coincidence that we are here. You never meant to invite us because it's clearly embedded in your documents that you've drafted in the languages that you've drafted your document in. We are still waiting for a document in English. Ons kry dit nie. Understand one thing, people. You are dealing with people here. We might be a minority group, which you do not understand why we are today. Because we've suffered the biggest genocidal murders in South Africa, Southern Africa. You do not know our pain and suffering. That's why you can be judgmental and speak about us. But today we say it ends. It ends today. Because in terms of the UNREP document, the United Nations drafted document, we've got the fullest powers and rights in this country. So, when it comes to the expropriation of land without compensation, you cannot have it without revisiting your so-called 1930 Native Act that excludes the Khoi and San. Prior to 1913, there has been life in this country. And the Khoi and San was so. South Africa did not find the Khoi and San here. The Khoi and San never found South Africa here. South Africa found the Khoi and San here. And therefore, you will respect us. You will respect our human and constitutional right. You will institute our cultures. We are not part of the coat of arms for nothing. Thank you.
Bayete. Makhosi namakhosikazi ngiyanibulisa nani bahlala enisebenzela ugovernment. Eyokuqala mina lengizothanda ukuthi ibe yiyona ngempela masizokhuluma ngomhlaba. Asiqaleni ngokukhuluma ngokuthi konje le constitution esikhuluma ngayo eyani? Eye business noma eyabantu na? If constitution yabantu, I think ukuthi ifuneka ibhalwe kabusha. Sicela nina ifundeki enikhuluma ukuthi ningama lawyer. Sibuyele futhi silungise indaba ye constitution because the constitution lesikhuluma ngayo is a foreign constitution, it's not us. If I remember carefully, I remember that ngitshela nina laba bayakwazi ngicela ukuthi le constitution njengoba sithi ibhalwe kabusha, let's sit down namakhosi kubhalwe i-constitution, because when I remember correctly so, it was written by the ANC and the Nationalist Party. There were two when they write the constitution. We were not part of that constitution. That is why today we are standing here boldly so and said, sicela ukuthi nibuyele futhi emuva niyobatshela your superior. We know that we are controlled by United States of America and London. Go and tell them that in Africa it will never happen again. Thank you.
The monarch is in the house. The monarch of this country is in the house. I say the monarch of this country is in the house. Bayete! Bayete! It's time that government must respect us. We are tired. Legislation or not legislation, we are tired. They write laws without us. They do things without us. They think they have studied law. They know better than us. They must go all to hell and ring the bell when they get there. Because we are tired. Koi koi, take back your land. Amase, I don't agree with your bills. I don't agree with everything that you have written in your constitution. Because you have no right from the landowners. You have no right from us as the koi koi. We have never give government a mandate to do things for us as owners of the land. We are tired of this corrupt government who steal money and want to come and steal the land of the koi koi and the chiefs and the kings that lives in it. We are tired. They want to steal. That's why they will write these bills, so that they can put acts in place. Refer to Act 3 and see what it says. Refer to Section 32. Refer to all your sections that you have write before you come with appropriation. We want to appropriate this government that is corrupt. We need to appropriate the legislation that is being captured by this government. They are captured. That's why they write laws. In November last year, there was a law passed. Do you aware of it? You're not aware what happened behind the scenes. You are unaware what they're doing behind the scenes. They just pass laws. And you are not even participating into that laws. But it is there. And then you go to court, you find out there's a law that you don't even know about. Legislation, you need to come to the people. Let this not be the first time you come to this nation. The nation is the most important people. We are the government. We are not NPOs like the ANC and NGOs. They have registered this country in their names. South African is a corporate state. There is no government. There is no government. It's a group of politicians that come together and form a government with a mandate of you that go and stupid vote for them. Stop voting for these fools to rob you. We are tired. Man. We are tired. And I wish you can send us international. I'm coming for King Charles. I'm coming for King Charles and his patriots. King David is alive. He's coming. His mothers and grandfathers have died on the soul. Blood was shed for our people. We died. My great-great-parents died. They were killed alive. Who the hell is this government to come and take? They only want to take. They steal enough money. Now they want to steal the land. They want to steal the land of the kings and the chiefs and their families. Nigerians are buying houses with a birth certificate. They're buying properties. Some of them own 500 properties. What is the legislation doing about it? What is the law doing about it? They are the first entry of law. Legislation is the first entry of law. They fail us. They fail us. Our people get evicted, appropriated from banks. What are you doing? Banks appropriated our houses. Our people's houses. Our people lose so much. They have lost even their faith in the stupid government. Then than the EFF man, Julius Malema, who say kill the poor, kill the farmer. What are you doing in legislation? What are you doing about it? Hate speech. But you sit here today. You don't go and revise your acts, your bills. Go and revise it and come back to the people. Because the people shall govern. And the people shall govern through the kings of the land. We are the owners of the land. Kingship rise. Rise, kingship rise. Bayete. Bayete. I'm calling an imbizo in 2 weeks. I want all the kings to come. We will march to legislation. We will tell them what we want, not what they want. Amase.
Ulochiste.
Bayete.
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 Nyangizwa. Ngubhazi lo wakamabhena kamakerani. Ongaphasi kobukhosi bakamakhosoke. Eyona esiyililelako amakhosi ugovernment uwesisile isithuku zamakhosi. Sibuhlungu. Sibuhlungu. Asibuye isithunzi samakhosi. Ugovernment akanamhlaba, umhlaba ngowamakhosi. Akawubuyise umhlaba wamakhosi. Amakhosi wendawo azazenzela njengoba ayazenzela. Igovernment ithetha abantwana yabakhweza phezu kwethu. Asufuni umthetho wegovernment akawutshintshe lo mthetho. Awusebenze emakhosini. Ena bengingababa usikhosana ugwebela amaqala endlini. Amakhosi akagwebeli likhona ibandla kodwa besigwebela amaqala ngaphakathi kwezindlu. Wacela i-ofisi wabusikhosana amakhansela amthembisa uze walala azange alithole. Wacela iland nakhona uze walala namanje leyo land akakayitholi. Mayibuye iland yamakhosi. Angifuni ukuchitha isikhathi indaba ziningi. Ngiyathokoza.
Bayete. Nginhloniphile makhosi bayethe bondabezitha. Ngibingelele abanikazi bohlelo. Ngiphinde ngibingelele inhlangano yethu controllesa ku province. Ngibuye ngibingelele ilokhunja icontrollesa yethu chairperson nebandla lakhe from AUJ. Ngiphinde ngize ku chairperson wethu uNkosi uMlungwana ola elokhunjeni ekuruleni. Mina ngiyisekela lakhe. Ngiyabonga. Ngingena ke kulomthetho oza nohulumeni. Uhulumeni ngabe ukhuluma ufuna ukukhuluma ngomhlaba. Cha uza kahle ke manje. Usekhuluma kahle. Kodwa ke kunenhlaka okumele abuze kuzo. Inhlaka angisho sinayo icontrollesa. Ubokumele ayibize abonisane nayo izokwazi ukubiza amakhosi. Uhulumeni uyayazi protocol. Uhulumeni lapha uyazi ukuthi iprotocol yomhlaba ihamba kanjani. Umhlaba wathathwe emakhosini. Mawuthathwe emakhosini bazenzela laba bokuhamba. Kuze kufike isikhathi samanje. Abanikazi bomhlaba babaqedanga ukubabulala. Basasekhona. Le time bababulala bazange bababulale bonke basala. Nezizukulu zawo zisasekhona okumele zingene endabeni yomhlaba. Hulumeni lo mhlaba othi wena ufuna ukuthatha la kule bill le. Ufuna ukuthatha kungumhlaba kabani umikisa kubani? Ubani lo muntu omsebenzelayo ngokuthi umhlaba kumele ubuyele emakhosini wena mawuthi ufuna ukuthatha lo mhlaba umikisa kubani? Ngokuthi lelizwe lelathathwe emakhosini kabuhlungu ngegazi. Obabamkhulu bangaphansi komhlabathi. Kodwa ke manje sokuqhamuka igama kuthiwa soyathathwa lo mhlaba lona kungakakhulunywa nganabantu ababulawa uthi wena uyawuthatha. Cha ke siyalivuma igama lokuthathwa komhlaba kulaba vela ababulala bomkhulu awubuyeke uze emakhosini. Ngokuthi umhlaba owamakhosi osasengaphansi kwamakhosi ayahlupheka hulumeni lawo makhosi lawo hayi ukuthi umhlaba bawusebenzisi wena ugodla imali zama-tax ukuthi ukhulule le mali yama-tax iye lapha emakhosini ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi balethe intuthuko emphakathini awuyibuyisi le mali yama-tax. Siyafuna ke nathi singamakhosi ukuthi sisithuthukise lesizwe kungabonakali wena wedwa ngathi uthuthukisa isizwe ube ngcono wena thina sibe phansi. Sifuna nathi ke lokucindezelwa kusuke kithi abantu bamakhosi babone intuthuko nabo emakhosini wabo abawathembile. Hulumeni siyavuma ukuthi mawukhuluma ngomhlaba cha woza kahle woze inhlakeni ezifanele kukhulunywe kahle namakhosi uthatha umhlaba lo wathathwa yilabantu abawugodlile abangawusebenzisi ubuyele emakhosini leyo mhlaba. Thina sikwazi ukuthi sithuthukise isizwe samakhosi ngokuthi njengamanje abantu balambile ifem yabo yile godlwe labantu ababulala bomkhulu. Sifuna ke ukuthi ke cha ke akukhululeke leyo mhlaba ubuye sibheke ukuthi intuthuko siletha kanjani esizweni Dabezitha.
Sanmonani. Bayete. Lo khulumayo uNdabezitha umlungwana ubuya ngaphansi kwe Royal Manara Makerane and Traditional Council. And then bese kuthi la ekuhlaleni ngingumfana nje othunyiwe icontrolesa ukuthi ngigcine lesihlalo akusone sami ningizwe kahle. Ngigcine lesihlalo sobuchairperson ku controlesa ukuze ngilide abantu basekuruleni. Ngibabonisa ukuthi ubukhosi kuyini. Ngibonge ngidlule lapho ke. Ngibingelele ke kubaphathiswa bemthetho abasiphathele umthetho. Sixolise kakhulu ukuthi mhlambe siniphose ngamagabade noma ngamatshe noma ngezagila. Inkinga isekuthenini nani njengoba sidibana namhlanje niyothatha 5 years phinde sidibana. And then inkinga ke zilokhu ziyanda ziyakhula mhlani buya senizothola amatshe ke ngoba manje abasaze ufuna abantu kuza ukuthi yini le enikhuluma ngayo. Uyabona uma uzokhuluma nomuntu kumele umlandelele ukuthi kuyezwakala. Mina engingakusho kini nisasijahisa ngonogwaja kagesi. Iminyaka edlulile kulokhu kuyakhulunywa ngendaba yamakhosi ukuthi amakhosi fanele abe nezwi. Uma uthi uyakokota kubaphathiswa laba abanikezwe isikhashana ukuthi bekhona ukusihola bazokutshela ukuthi hayi eJobek akuna recognition yamakhosi. Mara ke fani ngoba namhlanje invitation yenu iyawaza amakhosi ishilo yathi kunamakhosi. Manje kuyangixaka ke lapho ukuthi uma sengizokokoda kuwena busuthi awungazi kanjani kanti uyakhona ukunginvite. So izinto ezinjalo ingakho sibona ngathi sijahiswa unogwaja kagesi. Into engenza ngikhulume namhlanje ukuthi nisuke nathinta indaba yomhlaba. Bantu benkosi endabeni yeland inzima kakhulu. Abobana abantu abazophila kule land enikhuluma ngayo. Ngoba uhulumeni wethu ukhona mara sinenkinga yabantwana abadla ama drugs 24 hours. Abantwana bethu isintu sithi kubanjwa amathole ukuze kungazophinda kube neinkomo. Inkomo ezalayo lokhu iqhubeka izala. Iyazala izale iphelele ukuzala kufanele kuzala amathole. Uma engasekho lamathole wobani abazo owner lomhlaba. So ingane zethu njengoba zihlezi lapha zidla ama drugs thina siblame nina hulumeni. Yisibheke nini ukuthi njengoba ingane zethu zidla ama drugs ake nishintshe lento ke nibheke ke nilethe kithi amakhosi. Thina sikwazi ukukhulisa ingane encane up until iziyofika emganweni yogano. Manje nina nihlulwe yilokho nivele nathi nina umntanethu umntana amakhiphi isisena 12 years. Ulale nobantu umuntu ena 12 years. Manithi akakhiphi isisu. So izinto ezisiphatha kabi thina abantu bomdabu ukuthi abantu njengamanje thina sine ikhathi la okukhuliswa khona insizwa okukhuliswa khona intombi la okuzohlala abantu abadala bekhuluma ukuthi uma uyintombazana hlala ngentombi fanele uhambe kanje. Manje nina enikushoyo nithi hayi umntwana unamalungelo okudlula umzali wakhe. Ngoba umntwana mawuqala umfaka uswazi namhlanje nina nithi mbophise. Then sekungokabani lo mntwana ngabe umntwana wami noma ngokahulumeni. Uma ngabe ukahulumeni that's why ke nibabona behlele emakhoneni bedla ama drugs ngoba benu akusiba bethu. Ukuba bebengabethu ngabe basizwile ngaba bekhe emakhoneni badla ama drugs. Manje ngoba abakahulumeni ukuthi umntwana angabuyana ngo12 ebusuku akanankinga. That's why bedla ama drugs. Manje ke ngisho ukuthi ke emhlabeni bantu benkosi hayi kabi njengoba kukhulunywa ngendaba yomhlaba. Ngiyajabula mina ukuthi kukhulunywe ngendaba yomhlaba. One, ipoverty esinayo namhlanje is because umhlaba sinawo. Ukuba sinomhlaba ngabe siyalima sikwazi ukuyiphilela. Wena ufuna ukunginikeza 350 upoison ngoba ngizodla 2 days ku 350 after lapho ngilambile. Ngizokwenza njani ke mase ngiqedile? Kanti kube mina unginikeza udobo ngiyoyifishela ngabe kulula ukuthi na umhlaba bona ukuthi wenza njani ngihambe ngiyolima kukwazi ukudla abantwana bephile. Ayikho indlela i-food security buyisana emakhosini umhlaba wabo nibona i-food security izoba khona. Thank you.
Bantu abadala makhosi wami amahle ngizocela ukuthi sicabangeleni abanye bakhona basazofuna ukukhuluma ngapha singa repeat into eshiwo. I think we're getting the point ukuthi amakhosi athi they don't agree with the bill, they want the land to be returned to their people and so on. So singayi repeat because sesiyicaptureile le. So ngizocela ukuthi sicabangeleni nalabo abahleli ngase sidini le engapha. Then ezinye issues zama drugs will deal ngaso in another platform ye social development. So ngizocela abantu abadala ukuthi sistike to 3 minutes lo sisi lo uzacheckela isikhathi angithi. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chief Johannes Goliath. I am from the Griqua Royal House. I am also serving in Gauteng as the provincial chairperson of the Griqua Royal House. And then I'm also a member of Contralesa, who also works with the Griqua Royal House, myself and the leader that was talking just before me, we work together at Ekurhuleni, trying to also enhance our interest. I think what the legislature, or firstly, let me greet all the kings, sorry, apologies, all the kings and all the, office bearer, the people, like your ndunas, your traditional leaders and everyone, all protocol observed, also from government side. I would like to also thank you for the opportunity for coming out and listening to the people. I think the first thing that, government should have done is to firstly study the audience that they will be coming to address. Who do they speak to today? It's mainly the traditional leaders. Who is the traditional leaders? Is the people who has lost land to conquest and through colonization and through apartheid and to all the systems of oppression. And then also they speak to people who has lost land, a partial land, and there's others who have lost every piece of land, like in the Khoikhoi and the Bushman people. So we lost it all. So the thing that we would like to hear in a meeting like this would have been when we expropriated the land from wherever. We don't want to hear that you will only build a new ESCOM or put a health facility there or whatever you said you will build roads and so on. What we wanted to initially hear when we entered this place here was to hear that we will expropriate land with or without compensation and restore it back to the people who has lost it through unjust laws and to legislation who did not favor their position. Now that is what the legislature did not do today. They mentioned everything about expropriating and expropriating. But restoration to the people did not come out in this meeting. So that is what we want to hear going forward. The lands must not only be restored for the interest of government to build ESCOMs, to build roads and hospitals, but it must also be restored to the people who lost those lands through colonization, through apartheid, and also through, in our case, we lost trust lands in democracy. A lot of our lands during democracy, our trust lands went missing. Just before democracy, there was legislation enacted that made us lose, as the Khoi and the San people, more land. So that is what we want to hear. Restoration of land back to the people so that they can be empowered and that they can relive their lives again in a normal society. Thank you.
Bayede, ngiyakhuleka koNdlunkulu, ngiyakhuleka emakhosini, ngibuya endaweni yasezonke izizwe, ngihamba nondaba ezitha umntungwa. Bengingezwe ukusho lutho, kodwa manje ngizwa nje ngathi ngiphakanyelwa ushukela. Angeke kulungeke ngenyanga yethu ngingasho lutho ngomhlaba. Kodwa bekungisukumisile, bengisukumiswa ukuthi ngiyayizwa lesilungu esikhulu ngoba ngisazo expropriation without compensation. Kodwa bengikusho ngithi engicela ukuthi nihloniphe ngakho amakhosi ethu bantu bakahulumeni. Ningawathinta amathuna. Funani enye indlela edlula somewhere ingadlule emathuneni. Abasumbiwa abantu ngoba kuthiwa kufuneka indawo. Angazi noma mhlambe nina mphakathi nibona kanjani. Kodwa akungathi mangabe kuthiwa kune development kumele idlule emathuneni. Kanjani? Simkhiphelani ngoba uselela uphumule. Simsaphi. Kodwa ke ebengifuna ukusho kuhulumeni lokho. Hulumeni anenzanga kahle. Bekumele mangabe nizoqala kube nale bill. Sazi manje sitshela ngele bill, sazi ukuthi kahle kahle obani abaphezulu lapho noma abadecideayo. Ngoba uzothola ukuthi nina decide nje nama lawyer nama experts nobani kodwa angekho amakhosi. Yingakho nithola senisenkingeni ngoba abanikazi bomhlaba ibona bekufanele basho ukuthi asihambe kanjani indlela. Manje ngiyacela ukuthi ningalenzi leli phutha abantu bakahulumeni enihlale nenza. Nifika senizositshela ukuthi senze njani ningabuzi kithi ukuthi sifuna kwenziwe kanjani. Yilokho nje sicela uhulumeni sicela ukuhlonipheka. Yingakho mhlambe ngathi asinama inputs ngoba akusiphathi kahle. Nizwe ngobani ukuthi sifunani. Senisitshela ngomhlaba enizowuthatha nakhe izikole nani nothatha kubani. Ngoba bekumele nina niye kubantu. Nizothi makhosi wozani sizohlala. Sidinga ukuthi njengoba umhlaba usukhona ke manje sifuna ukwenza ukuthi nokuthi singenze njani. Uhulumeni ngiyacela ngicela nisihlonipheni. Sicela nje ukuhlonipheka. Kahle lento ngabe imnandi kabi ukube behlonishwene. Ngabe anitholi amagama ahlabayo. Asikwazi ke nathi ukunivikela ngoba nathi siphatheke kabi. Mina ngumelaphi wendabuko. Amakhosi ngaba sinika indawo zokulima imithi. Lezo ndawo kuthiwa ama white elephant. Asikhona ukwenza lutho. Thina sinamakhosi siphatheke kabi siphekwe nje ngebhodwe elincane uhulumeni. Uhlale siphatha kabi ngiyabonga.
Kai Tses Matisa Kai Tses Matisa Gangans Tohoba Tuba Khere Sabonga. Thank you very much. That's just the introduction of our language that is the Kwekwe language, which is from the Khoisan. That's the original language that we are speaking and that we are also teaching our children. So for the leadership here, they must know and they must understand that when the leadership of the Khoisan say that they are here, meaning that they are present. Kangans. That means thank you. All right. My question is regarding the blue box. The lady that's working in the legal department, she was mentioning the blue box. Now my question is, how will we know that our inputs here today will be recognized and taken seriously? Because the act will continue regardless of our, even if we are not happy with it, these people will continue behind closed doors and this act will continue. So my question is, how will we know that our inputs are recognized? That's number one, or declined. Then number two, the voting of the provinces. They talked about the NCOPs that will vote. So I would like to know who will be nominated on behalf of the provinces to vote in the NCOPs. Thank you very much, Kangans.
Greetings, leadership. My name is Andres J. Kok. I am from the family of Adam Kok. Not from my grandmother, but from my father, my grandfather. You know, what I quickly wanted to say is that we are here for a rubber stamp. Government wants to use us as a rubber stamp. This is election time, and they come with bills. Certain land has already been given to someone else, to comrades. Some comrades are sitting with land already. We are just here to rubber stamp for the elections. Why I say this? I am from an area, Kliptown. I don't know if you know Kliptown, where the Freedom Charter was drafted. Today, go and look at that building that stands there, they call Walter Sisulu Square of Dedication. It's a shame. Government is not looking after that building. It's torn down. Where the Constitution, that's actually where part of the Constitution comes from the Freedom Charter. But that place is neglected. Government is not looking after it. So it means that government is going to take land again and hoard it and not look after it.
Government is not interested in looking after land. Just want us just as a rubber stamp for election period, that's all. Then I also, the previous speaker spoke about the blue box. Nothing has been said about submission that has been made currently. There are submission that has been made via electronic system. How many has been made and who has made those submissions? Why I'm asking this is that we need transparency at the end of the day, or less things are going to go via the carpet. Thank you.
Bayete. Bayete. My name, I'm Dr. Peter Likuleni from Pretoria. Pretoria, which is the capital city or capital town of South Africa. Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngilapha nsikobukhosi bakwaLikhuleni abaclaimile endaweni yase Pretoria as well. What I want to say ukuthi why I'm mentioning Pretoria as a capital town, as you know, during apartheid time, we are the one besiphosa amatshe ukuthi sikhululeke. So what I want to say ukuthi okokuqala ngixolise kakhulu ngibingelele igovernment yethu esiphethe okwamanje nabo bonke ikhulu namakhosi wethu wonke akhona namuhla lapha. Ngithanda ukusho ukuthi indaba ye-land, let me go straight to the land issues. Because the land issues, when I was reading the law, the other papers, I discovered ukuthi Paul Kruger, he once gave umuntu omnyama iland. But ngokuya, the land, we were forced to, we were removed by force, which we must leave our land and go to the locations by the whites. Ngesikhathi kwakuhamba amalori nemoto zakwa GG eziyellow. That's why sasithi imele yellow ngekhathi zethu. So ukuthathwa kwethu iland yasiyathathwa. But I'm very much happy about the late President or Paul Kruger. That's why in Pretoria uzobona istage lapha ku Church Square uPaul Kruger akasuswanga nanamuhla usesekhona because he was supporting also the black. That's why there's a place so called Gezina. Gezina was Gezani, the wife of Paul Kruger. Now, what do you want to say? Paul Kruger wanikeza abantu abamnyama iland ukuthi ngoba bebangakhona ukubhadala obaba bethu. But we must take over the land. But today, the previous government, which is the apartheid government, is the one owenza ukuthi sibe divided. We are so much divided today because unity, it's a power, but divided, we lose. So sisuke safaka ke abantu abamhlophe kakhulu bas divider. Umabhena akasakhona ukukhuluma noLikhuleni ngoba kunomuntu omlungu phakathi. There's a white person phakathi. That's why we have lost our land. Then our future, our children, balahlekelwe future. They don't know. That's why there's too much of commotion in South Africa. Due to this, what I want to say is, Bayete, let the land go back to the owners. Bayeti.
Bayete. Bayete. Ke dumedisha magoši a le mo lehono go ya ka go fapafapana ga bona. Ke dumedisha gape le government officials ba ba nang le rena mo lehono. Ke dumedisha gape le setšhaba ka moka. I am Ramakgwale Habakuk Sefoka. I am the chairperson of Contralesa Gauteng. Gape, I come from the royalty. Yaga Sefoka, Koshi Sefoka, Machelane Sefoka, wa boraro, wa Limpopo. I want to state it emphatically that we are diametrically opposed to this bill, this expropriation bill, by virtue of the fact that it does not actually signify categorically whose land it seeks to expropriate. You know, there are two categories of land in South Africa. That there is this land that belongs to traditional leaders and their traditional communities. And there is this land that belongs to those that took it by force from us. You know, after the white men had set foot in South Africa, land was stolen from us. It was stolen from us by the colonists, those who colonized us. They took away the land from us through the barrel of the gun. They took the land away from us. They stole that land. And that was a very, they committed a very serious crime against humanity. And that land must be brought back to us. If this bill was saying it was going to expropriate that land, then we would agree with it. But now it does not signify, does not state categorically whose land is it going to expropriate. Regards to Dumelo, it generalizes. They generalize this bill. It expropriate land. It does not expropriate the land that was taken from the African people by force. That is why we are opposed. We are opposed to it. And furthermore, it does not thoroughly explain how this land is going to be distributed, because it must be expropriated and distributed among the African people. So it does not mention that. That's why we oppose it. Thank you.
Bayete, bayete, ngiyabingelela ngiyazithoba phambi kwenu ophethe i-microphone uNdlunkulu uThando wakamazibuko ngirepresenta iAmangwe Kingdom. Ngiyathokoza ukuthi sonke sikhonile ukuza nibahle kakhulu, and it is an honor to meet each and every beautiful tribe. Sibahle sonke bayete. Ngiyacela ngiza phambi kwenu makhosi ngithi ningavumi nemhlaba wenu, singavumi ngomhlaba wethu. Ibill le ngiyayithanda, but ibill le is to the wrong people. The people that must be receiving this bill abelungu labathatha umhlaba wethu. So this bill must be directed to white people to bring back our land. Then also I'm wondering about appropriating authority. Ngiti government before niketa this authority, this committee, who is in this authority committee? Amakhosi nwafakile na before you even come up with this authoritative committee. So ngiyacela futhi ngithi isikhathi makhosi. Igolide lenu, silver lenu, platinum lenu, vanadium lenu, onke lama minerals aphansi komhlaba la abawufunayo. Ningaphisani ngemihlaba. Ngiyazi ukuthi isimo sethu asikho right, ngiyazi ukuthi abanye baye bafika bathatha iadvantage ngoba singafundanga, bathatha iadvantage ngoba singanalwazi, bafika bathenga imihlaba, bafike bayenza ama mines, bathatha onke ama minerals bayawakhipha emihlabeni, bayawakhipha outside South Africa on a daily basis. Tina asi benefit, umphakathi awu benefit. But this process is a just administrative action. There's no justice in this. Abantu bethu bayahlupheka, akunamisebenzi. I-youth yethu, there's 60% unemployment youth rate la emhlabeni wethu because of asikwazi ukunakelela imihlaba yethu. So ngithi bambelelani emhlabeni yethu, ngithi bambezelani emhlabeni yethu. Isikhathi sifikile, ama-investors afikile, azo-investa kuyona le mihlaba yenu. So ningaphisani ngawo imihlaba. Igolide lethu, ivanadium yethu. South Africa is one of the richest countries in the world. Not in Africa, in the world. But tina sipisana ngama minerals. Europe imile is a first world country because of Africa. America is a first world country because of Africa. So siyacela sithi ningaphisani ngemihlaba. Njengoba sengizoceda, ngiyacela ukuthi if isikhathi sesifikile ukuthi ama investors angene la eAfrica, la eSouth Africa, if khona amakhosi ababa approachile ukuthi bafuna ukuthengisa imihlaba yethu, ngicela please ba consult before baphisana ngemihlaba. I20 days le is too little. Kumele kubizwe ama investors, kubizwe ama geologists azokhona ukwenza i-research emihlabeni wamakhosi ukuthola ukuthi what can be mined, what minerals can be found before you can give the land off. If aguna minerals, the land can be developed into something else. The land can be developed into other projects. The land can be developed into many things. Ngiyabonga isikhathi sami siphelile.
Ngizokubambela baba. Yes, stop. Ufuna ukuzibambela. Uzoba right.
Yeah, ngizoba right. Ufuna ngama moslani.
2 minutes baba uyabona ngiyayicala.
Ngicela ungayicali.
Okay.
Yeah, ngicela ungayicali ngizokutshela ukuthi icala. Sanibonani. Bayade. Ngicela umuzi onkana unyakaze. Bayade. Siyabonga sizwe simnyama, siyabonga ngabade. Omela ngaphambi kwenu uNkosi uqhawe aluta mambo wakamazibuki sibongo umwelasi. Hey ngizwe ubhlungu kade le ndaba sayicala yomhlaba. Ngime la ngiqhwalile namhlanje indaba yomhlaba ngiyinkosi. Inhliziyo yami ikonza igazi. Inyembezi zami azikhawula kuphela. Kuncane engizokubeka phakathi kwesizwe sengabathi amakhosi namakhosana esinawo la phakathi kwendlu nabomake abondlunkulu nabo princess bethu ngezindlu zonke ngokuhlukahlukana kwazo. Mina ngiyimi ngiyinkosi uMazibuko sengikhathele. Bayede Mawukuziwa kuma vote. Ngicela mama ungangijahi ngesikhathi, ngifuna ukuzincenga nje. Ngithanda ukuthi ngiwonisha ugovernment.
Ngiphinde ngizocela emakhosini. Ngithi government amakhosi wendabuko, amakhosi wengabade asisiwo thina amakhosi wama food parcel. Baningasikhumbuli makumele ukuthi siyovota. Ngizolisho futhi ngingangebezeli futhi ngikusho ngingaphathwa amahloni. Lokho engizokusho kunesisindo futhi kunzima kakhulu. Ngikwatile ngelanguage yaselokishini. Makhosi wakithi ake siyekeni ukuthi sithathe amandla esinawo wobukhosi bengabade siwuthene into business or into the politics. Ama politician, government umntanethu lo. Government bathunywe yithi ukuthi basenze i-administration. Abangeke sithi sibathume kwabantu abethu bese bona basigibela phezulu kwamakhanda bayenza intando yabo. Umhlaba wamakhosi ngimela ngifuna ukuthi ngiqwayisa amakhosi wakithi ngiphinde ngikhomba government. Amakhosi wakithi masiyekeni indaba yokuthi sibele senza ama organization ngamunye nalo ufuna ukuphatha nalo ufuna ukuphatha. Angeke siye ndawo ngokwenza iqhuqwane zama organization nama position. We are not a political party after all. Yithi abanikazi bezwe. Ngangiphushi mama ngizocela. Government ngaqala phansi no contralesa. Nonkosi uphathekile. Dala sikhuluma le ndaba yeland. Ngikhathele ngisasho. And ngiyayikhomba iANC no government wayo. Ngiyinkosi ngumazibuko. Angisiyinkosi mina ye ward. Ngiphethe izizwe combinedly so. iAfrika yonke angikhethe bala lamuntu. Manje amakhosi enabhalwe emalini mara yasogola. Kusho ukuthini lokho? Isikhumba sobukhosi bakamazibuko sisetshenziswa amakhosi wonke weAfrika yonke. Isikhumba sengwe. Amawelas lawo. Sithulile sibhekile. Amakhosi aona izindawo bathi indawo zakamasipala. Amakhosi awazi bane advantage ukuthi amakhosi awafundile and then indawo zamakhosi zinama minerals bayazithatha. Ngilwa namakhansela mihla namalanga bafike bahloma ibhodi la bathi private angazi private property whatever the thing. Ngithi yini le bhodi enifake la ezwe emhlabeni kabani. So ngithanda ukuthi makhosi wengabade makhosi wakithi asiyekeni lento yokuthi sizenze amaqembu nama organization njengabo contralesa. Abo contralesa babekiwe lapha nje njengeyituji. Amakhosi wakithi ayalamba lapha phasi. Ngikhathele mina ngubukhosi obuzimela ngincikanga mina kubo Ramaphosa. Ngiphansi kwakamalume uKing Bungane the third. Iking yecontinent yonke. Kade bamlethela imali bamncenga ama politician akayifuni imali kagovernment. Ingqolile. Thina singamakhosi wabantu wezizwe. Hayi amakhosi wama politician. So leya namhlanje ngithe kahle ngizincenge uSimakade nethongo lami lingiphakamise ngize ngizokhuluma namhlanje. Angichazwa iTV. Angifuni brown envelope. Nginkosi ebukhali eyalayo futhi esazokulwa ngomhlaba. Ngithanda ukuthi ngiyacela ngihlaba ngedolo elilodwa phasi kumakhosi wengabade wonke. Ngithanda ngenye indlela eyisimanga. Ngisebenza nobukhosi bakwaNdebele. ingonyama uInoko Makhosonke Mabhena ngisebenzile naye iminyaka. So ngizama ukuthi nalabo base legislator bangithintile ngiyabonga. Ngisazobathuma futhi ukuthi babuyele emuva. Batshela ugovernment wabo ukuthi le bill nathi amakhosi bangayi mindset yokuthi amakhosi awafundanga. Sesinabo abantwana abahlala kuma boardroom. Abakhuluma isilungu esikhulu. Abangeseze bahlale basihlebe. Nathi sesifundisile. Asifundanga kodwa sifundisile. Abawuyeke umhlaba wamakhosi laba bantu. It's a warning ngiyabakhomba next year come 2024. Abawuyeke umhlaba wamakhosi. Thina amakhosi sokhuluma nama investor. Amakhosi akumelanga alambe indawo zabo zinothile zinama minerals. Amakhosi siona amanzi neintaba nemihlaba. Ngani yami umuhle mara inkosi awuyiphushi ngasemuva. Okwakho kumele ukuthi ulinde inkosi iqedele. Bayede. Government. Ngiyakhomba njalo. Inkosi uMazibuko wenza njani? Uyakhomba. It's high time now. Contraless ayisebenzi ngalutho. Actually there are more coming. Yazi amakhosi amanye azenza ama organization ukuthi nabo kumele bavotelwe. Siyabonga ngesikhathi sithandwa abantu abafundile. Siyabonga. Bayede. Ngiyakuthandisa.
Ukuthula makwande abantu bakaZimu. Ngibingelela amakhosi. Ngijabule, ngibingelele nomphakathi, ngibingelele no government ngapha ukuthi azisimamela. So ebengizokukhuluma ngeke ngisakucedelele ngoba akuningi sebakushilo. Kodwa ibill nama policies awakazi wasifavor thina. Inkinga yethu mayibhekisa ngapha etafuleni. Iqale 1912 until 1913 iyo le bhande ukuthi size sibe kule nkinga lene school. So isikhathi sokuthi amakhosi asilide asiqhubekisele phambili abe umhlahlandlela. Ugovernment arecognize amakhosi ngoba bona ba amakhosi ngokuzalwa noNkulunkulu unokufakazi phezukwalokho abaxotshwanga. So umhlaba ubhilonga kibo nesizwe sithaba sonke sibhilonga kibo. Asikhululekanga sizwe sethu. Umhlaba usahambile. Ngithokoze ngibonge kuloko.
A minute. 30 seconds.
All right. Mushate. Wale mopili mo ki ndabe sita Seemane from Soshanguve ko Tshwane. Ne ke rata ho dumedisa mopili mo the government, our government. Ne ke re mo molao o batlile lona mo rena bang ba lefatshe. Rena re le bang ba lefatshe ra itse hore rena re eme kae. We know where we stand. Bona ha ba itse bona mo ba eme mo teng. Because of ba irile molao ba tla lona ba re fauna ba nyaka rena roa mohele. Whereas hona ba nong hwa senyeha montle ka taba ya bona ya mmusho wa rena. Whereas mo nkebe molao o ba o balang o nkebe ba o balla batho ba re ba bitsang hore ba tsama ba reka mafatshe ba re ke di landlord ba tla ba reka lefatshe a re nna ke owner mo kwa ha mall. Whereas makoshi a rena ba shia ko morago. So ne re khopela from mo bona makoshi a rena a tseng serious ra khopela. And then the consultation hele etsa iram proper consultation le bona ho nniwe fatshe ra khopela le ska iketsetsa dilo tsa lona le le one on your own le batla o tla le tsona mo ho rena le batla rona re di amohele ro di amohela bjang whereas lena le iketseditse le lona le le one ke ntho e re kgopelang from mo lena fela.
A minute, 30 seconds.
I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. This is Mrs. Masombuka from Mamelodi under the kingship of Pala. I'm sorry. Under the kingship of Pala. First of all, ke tlo rata ke bua le the government about ekare nkebe re ba le this information ya hore ba re tlhalosetse pila who is a rightful king or a rightful chief, because it's been long ever since ke ne ke le mo contralesa ya ba kokta ka teko ke rolesa re ntse re tsamaya re bua ka ditaba tsa di kingship, but things ekare ha di be together. I don't know what is happening. We might be here, re tlo bua le bona, ba re biditse, but we might also be the wrong people to be called. Why? Because I don't understand what takes the government so long or recognize Makoshi. They've been there for quite a long time. We've been running this race together with the government, but nothing solid whatsoever has come to the people. So ke rata hore ho bona government, I go to this part. Nna ke utlwile ba re the Minister of Public Works, he is the main person or she is the main person who has the right to expropriate. If the minister has the right to expropriate, maybe let me say the government is not looking for fair information. Maybe they are here to tell us, or we must know today as the chiefs, or the government, he appointed to public works, or the right to expropriate. Number two, we have so many churches, Moridula Moteng le Rona le ko Mamelodi, tse di leng hore di vacant. As the government, together with the councillors, ba kile ba etsa maiteko a hore ba lo utlwa hore di vacant spaces tseo hore di a rekisiwa o ba ka irang ka tsona na. And then we have schools in our places that are vacant. We know that the government shiftile bana ba bang a ba isa diplekeng tse ding. What is the plan of the government with those schools? If ilore o tshwanetse a di fe bagoshi, we asking the government today, those places can be used for the kings and the chiefs. Renale, the unused houses, owners are long dead. We stay in the locations. We see those places. But what I know, there must be someone, or from that family is still living. It can be a grand person. What is the government doing about all those houses that are vacant? And then if they come to a point of expropriation, and then can they contact someone from that family with compensation, please? And lastly, the land that is used illegally, that we know well, that is the land. Maybe now the government can talk about. But no, we are going to develop places like that. But to bale roba chifta, roberaka something says on those land, or we give that land to the chiefs. We will be happy. Because those people are staying there, they don't pay rent, they don't pay for their electricity, they don't pay for water, we pay for them, and the government is quiet. And then lastly, government, please, again and again, tell us the truth. You know our standing. Yaka really the chiefs, really the head woman and head man. You know we are not qualified, maybe. Tell us who is qualified so that we follow the structure. If King Zwelithini, or he must come down right here in Gauteng or Ekurhuleni to come and be our king so that under his kingship or Sokulumi or whoever, then we are happy. We will be happy so that we should also qualify. Lastly, listen to this. Listen to this. Government, send my regards to the president of the country. Send my regards to his, what's the council, the parliament at large. I was with him, the president and the council. Nerele song in Mamelodi, the president was in our church with the cabinet. Rene Reboluka Mpendulo Jele. Please send my regards to that man. Send my regards.
Baete. Baete. Bantu abadala asimamelaneni siseparlamente kaloku. Siseparlamente sithe asihawulani siseparlamente. Sengithola ama-complain ukuthi abanye sebethi baphethwe ushukela angazi ngizenza kanjani ngizocela ukuthi singaphinda phinda into eyi-1 kaningi ngiyabonga
Bayete ke dumedise magosi a rona ka tlhompho le dikgosana tsa rona wa le mopola lona ke Joshua ke Madupela from the Royal House ya Basia ha ke tlo bua tse ngata molaetsa we want fela to the government. I know ba bangata ba e buile but I will repeat it. The English people are respecting their king, King Charles. And you are leading this country looking at what they are doing, but you don't respect your kings. That was my message.
A minute, na?
Ke a dumedisa kaofela dikgosi le dikgosigadi wa buang ke Tshepiso Motle. I am the son of the Royal Chieftaincy ya Solomon Motle. Ke tlile ke tla from the Chieftaincy ya Kgosi Basia. My message is in two for our president. Number one, ke gore the bloodline ya di royal chieftaincies e kwatile. I am a spiritual person, I'm a prophet as well. What I can tell you ke gore elections of next year, there is going to be very much chaos if they don't fix what is happening here. Because they've been pocketing themselves and killing kings and queens and taking them off their lands. And God himself is angry about that. That is why they were given the last chance to rule South Africa. From today, they will not rule South Africa freely. Because the God Almighty, he is going to bring back our chieftains to rule. Just like King Charles, Arula go UK. And there is a letter, my sister, Osarja, Ritusalinam. The letter, who is the first president or bargain, the first king of this land, the owners of this land. May that come to pass. Please tell the president or Arsa Bega, it's time.
Ke a dumedisa ka ntlong. Ke dumedisa marena, ke dumedisa le setjhaba kaofela. Lebitso la ka ke Tumisang Diamonds, ke tswa ko Zonkizizwe Katlehong. I'm the SGP representing all the SGPs in Ekurhuleni. Ke tlile mo ke representa under the Department of Education. Ke utlwile ba bua hore education le department bona ba ya fiwa lefatshe fela. But I've been debating le Mrs. Odrigo district ha ba atle ka lefatshe so that we can do our agriculture. It's a lie, that policy. It's not happening. They said I must write a proposal so that they can give us the land. Today I'm sending them the message. The land is for our forefathers. I'm one of the Khoi sons from Cristiano Kimberley. They must bring back the land to the kings and the chiefs and everyone that belongs to. They said in the Freedom Charter, people shall govern. Who is government without the people? Who is government without the community?
Sanibonani. Ngizoba short. Mina la angibona ama politician ngibona abantu. Ene bazelwe njengoba nathi sizelwe. Ngiyanibulisa makhosi. Ene ngizwa ubuhlungu the way amakhosi wethu aphila ngakhona. Sibuye eVali, bantu basevali niphakamisa izandla. eVali le angazi mina bantu ukuthi umhlaba lo bawuthole njani. Yey. Khona ama Nigeria umuntu uneyitende ezi4. Khona ama watu umuntu uneyitende ezi5. Imikhukhu nje eVali akwenzakala next. The next thing bazalokutshela bakutshela ngama council. Amakhosi mawabuyele back to lead people. Amakhosi mawabuye. Hey, ang promote xenophobia. Mara sihlupheke ukuyenta thina esihlala la sihlupheke ukuyenta abantu ababuya ngaphandle. Khona manje uma sesuhlala emkhukhwini unelwa yimvula every day. Mara akushiwo nix. Come xenophobia ubone ugovernment bona bomzala babaphukudla thina basiphukudla. Silambile khona manje mara mina nginawo ushukela ngiyabonga.
A minute. Huh? A minute. 1 minute, Mema.
Amashe Mushade, ukuzumbethe ngiyabingelela ngisuka kwindlu yakwaMashiya uMashiya wesibini iRoyal Kingdom of Mashiya ngihlala le Deep Sloot ngase Alexander Riverside View. Into engizoyikhawulezisela la into engisukumele ngibona thina abantu abamnyama sicindezeleke ngalendlela ukuthi asisenawo namalungelo. Umhlaba esihlala kuwo usiminyanisile kanje. Mawuthi uyafika nginokuhamba nje mangihamba ibangelide ngithola ukuthi amaplazi umhlaba wabo indlu i1 kodwa umhlaba ngowakhe. So thina lo mhlaba umbuzo wami ukuthi babe unikwe ngubani? Kutheni lento thina singenawo lo mhlaba babe unikwe ubani lo mhlaba? Masingahamba singene kulezi zindlu kulama lasibuza ukuthi uphethe ititle deed yomhlaba kabani unikwe ngubani? Njengamanje thina singama princess kukhona ama princess khona ama queen asithwalanga sithwele izikhumba. Abodeyana bathwele ama diamond. Thina asina diamond asina gold. Kodwa isuka la emhlabeni wethu uhamba uye overseas ubuye so eAmerican sweets. Kodwa ngumhlaba ngowethu. Ukuxanduva lethu ukuthi sichintshe isizwe sethu. Sithatha amandla ngoba namanje ungabona indlela okugqoka ngayo abantwana bethu. Ungathi nje bayathengisa. Lonto leyo mathina singabantu abamnyama singabuyisa isintu sibuyise nesidima somuntu omnyama. Siye ukuthengisa umhlaba. Umuntu angaba inkosi. Uthi indawo yakhe akasacabangela abanye abantu. Sethengisa umhlaba athatha imali yena eyi1. Makaqeda lapho abanye abantu umizana ehluphekile yena usale sidla. And then uthengise ngepondi kunomhlaba othengiswe ngepondo. kuphela kodwa ungasacabanga ukuthi abantwana bakho abezayo nesizukulwana zakho zizothini mawuthengisela amaNigeria umhlaba ngeponti nekwisikhathi esizayo. Ngifuna ukuza ke kulokubuza ukuthi ngizobuza ukuthi kanti kuza kanjani ukuthi umhlaba usuthengiswe kodwa ungabhatalwa, because kunomhlaba wokhokho kuthiwa wabamuvwa ngendluzula and then kuthiwa itrust abakabhatalwa nalabo sebesayinela ukuthi bazothola imali, so even more than 10 years lo mali abantu bengekayitholi. Bayithola nini abantu imali yabo kulomhlaba wabe nawuthenga nathi nizabanika imali? Ayize phela imali. Ngiyabonga. Bayede. Ngiyabona ngiyasukuma manje ngiyanihlonipha makhosi amahle. Kunesicelo ubaba angazi ukuthi uphuma kweliside leli uthi ubuya econtrollers ebesithi uproposer ukuthi because abantu abaningi kudala nihleli lana nilambile abanye banoshukela bafanele basebedlile ukuthi kwelicala leli kuze amakhosi awu5 then bese abanye senza ama submission because ayikavalwa yabona ene manifuna ukuthi niziorganize singakwazi ukuthi sithumele ama official bazohlala nani ni like if nibuya ku let me make an example kwaMahlangu baze bazohlala lani phansi bayi explain lento le niyizwe and then bese niyenza ama submission wenu. So angazi noma lesi sicelo lesi niyasivumela noma anisivumeli because mina ngithunyiwe angifuni ukuthi ngene enkingeni. Yebo ma.
Ngoba sebekakhulumile yena ubaba uSifuka and akhulumile nje ubaba uSifuka akasibizi sonke singamakhosi asihlanganise. Ngagcina nokukhuluma nobaba uSifuka eDavidton sasho uSikhosana wasiveza ukuthi unomhlaba azange bazihluphe from that meeting basikhatha off. Abantu ngabe beze la kule meeting bane idea ukuthi kwenzakalani because thina sonzunza amabhoko sawu applyela umhlaba nge30. That is why now ufike le claim bathi ama claims avaliwe basebenza ngama claims wange31 December 1998 of which iland yethu esuka from Val to Mbarambad
Okay ma.
399 and 317.
Okay ma.
Sicela ukukhuluma.
Yes, angithi that is why I was putting the proposal. So ayivumeleki ngizonota amagama from this side. No, angithi le side le bakhulumile sesiza ngapha manje baba. Ngicela 1 2 3 nize ngapha. Ziphi itulo? Abanye le emuva oza ngaphambili. Oza ngaphambili. Okay. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Bayede. Bayede. Niyabona ukuthi ba progressive ngapha kwaMahlangu. Ngibona ngathi ngizayoba umakoti wakwaMahlangu. Ngilahle lapha kwaMkhedi. Ngiyabonga.
Angithokoze mphathi sihlalo. Angithokoza amakhosi wonke akhona. Abomma bamakhosi bonke abakhona. Angithokoze no chairperson we controllers engimbonileke eza ngaphambili. Uchairperson we Gauteng. Angithokoze uSecretary General we Gauteng ohlezi ngaphambi kwami lo umakhona. Mina ke ngikosi uDokotela ukhuziwe Simon Mabena ngaphasi kobungwenyama bakwaMakerana. Mphathishlalo angiyithomele mvanyana le kancane ngizokufika la. Ngithokoza umbuso nawusilethele abahlonishwa bethu ama MP ukuthi bazokukhuluma nathi ngendlela yomhlaba. Thina ke simanguni. Omkhulu kithi nguzulumana amaZulu la. Wesibili umXhosa amaXhosa la. Wesithathu ngumSwazi oseswazini. Wesine ngumNdebele lapha isizwe samaNdebele sidabuka khona. Nasibuya eAfrika thina amaNdebele uZulu wasibeka lapha endabeni zokhahlamba eDrakensberg. Ukusuka kwethu eDrakensberg sisuswe indaba yengoma ukuthi amaZulu akasafuna ukuyisela. Wathi okay nani safuna ukuyisela wathi indlela nasi sasuke endabeni zokhahlamba ukuza la. Sifikele lapha eBasuthwini sahlala amalanganyana saphuma seza la. Abantu abagadanga eTransvaal kokuthoma isizwe samaNdebele. Sifikele lapha koNondulwana laba rikintorweni ngapha kweBalve. Ukusuka kwethu lapho saya lapha kukhothame khona inkosi ekhethu uMhlanga. Bari abeSuthu bari ke Mutlakeng. UkwaMhlanga lapha kwakhothame khona inkosi ekhethu uMhlanga. Umhlanga indodana yakhe enkulu kwakungumusi. Kulela amakhosi lapha eMhlangeni. Aboyise kaMhlanga bakhothamele khona lapha eMhlangeni. Ngesikhethu thina inkosi ayibuseli lapha uyisa abusa khona. Kwabe kusuka kwengwenyama umusi naya kwaMnyamani lapha eVonorbom. Kulapha ingwenyama yaya khona lapho. Mphathishlalo angikhulume ukuthi iJohannesburg nePitori kulela bokhokho bethu besizwe samaNdebele. Umbuso awusihelebhe ngendawo ezimagugu wamaNdebele. Siyazifuna, asizibawi siyazifuna. Indawo ezimagugu ngizazisho net mbilindathu lapha eMhlangeni lapho kwalala khona inkosi uMhlanga siyayifuna. iPitori iVonorbom isihlahla lesa samila phezu kwengwenyama yamaNdebele umusi ngoba inkosi thina siyayijamisa. Ukhokho wethu iVonorbom leya ukhokho wethu umusi siyayifuna. I-Union Building lapha kwakhe khona i-Union Building kulela amakhosi ekhethu lapho i-Union Building. Nabayakhako lapha Blaisdell je gepraat ek praat nou. Blaisdell i-Union Building kulela amakhosi ekhethu lapha. Yakhiwe kathathu i-Union Building leya bayakhe namhlanje kusasa iwe. Iboda nalingaka kusasa iwe i-Union Building leya. Bagcina babatshela ukuthi no khambani nemakhosini amaNdebele ngoba lapha nakha khona kulela amakhosi wamaNdebele. Siyayifuna. Abo Silver Lake indawo ezinengi lapha kunamagugu khona kukhothame khona amakhosi ekhethu. Siyazifuna ezinye zingalandela.
Abantu abafika la eTransvaal la Mandebele. Mphathishlalo bengiza kukhuluma ngiyathokoza.
Bayetenda bezitha. Program Director, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, and Loshisa Noke. Ama-item wamazoba yithi ngizocela ukubhekisa ku-government bese ngibhekisa la kithi singamakhosi. Okhulumayo u-Alfred Khosana, inkosi ejamele ubukhosi bakwaNzunza. Ngicela ukuthi sikhumbule la sibuya khona. Mangithi sikhumbule la sibuya khona sicabangeni ngo-1994 masilwela ukuthi indawo yethu ibe nenkululeko. Indawo yethu masizothi ibe nenkululeko savota safaka ama-councillors ukuthi asirepresent. But namhlanje makube kuzoba yithi uchairperson uThema kaSukuma wasicela ukuthi ucela inhlonipho sikuyithi singamakhosi. But thina sesibakhomba ngendlela ukuthi ngathi asibazi ukuthi bangene kanjani. Bazosihlonipha kanjani. Inkinga engicela ngisengibhekisa kibo. Inkinga ekhona ke ukuthi igovernment yethu iqale ngokusilethela i-report ye-infrastructure. But yashiya i-report ye-land affairs emove. That is why kunama problem aso. Ngoba abantu bayabuza ngo-1994 makwenziwa i-constitution makungena i-government kwenziwa umthetho we-land claim Act number 22 of 1994 la ekubekufanele siqale khona masikhuluma ngomhlaba sesenze ama-claim. So namhlanje abantu abaningi abaphathanga ama-claim bathi maqalelwe phansi sizoba ne-problem ngeke sazi ukuthi siyakuphi. Program Director ke ngithi lana when we approach the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights in Pretoria for claiming our forefathers' land as in terms of land restitution, Act number 22 of 1994. Kunomthetho lapho o complicated owenza abantu bethu ukuthi bangakwazi ukudlula. Kunama item I3 bazokubuza ukuthi you must bring a copy of any document that proves that the existence of any registered right as such permission to occupy. Mayotlema but is a permission to occupy. Another copy of any written notice received at the times of dispossession, such as a notice of expropriation or trespass. A certified copy of the deed which was held by the person who lost the land. Lezo zinto abakufuna zona bakhuluma ngabokhokho bethu ebebangafundanga. Program Director, ngicela ukuquote nje history encane. I want to quote history during the 1820 British settlers. By 1820, there was a serious unemployment problem in Britain. The war against Napoleon had come to an end, and thousands of soldiers were without work. In the meantime, many modern machines that could replace many workers had been designed. On the other hand, Somerset was very keen to have British immigrants. He planned to settle them in the Zierveld between the Fish and the Sundays River so that they could help to maintain peace. And then he also hoped to make use of them to anglicize the Cape. And then kwaba nama condition abawenzayo ngo-1819 ati the British government decided to send immigrants to the Cape Town, Cape Colony with 100,000 money of states that will be set aside to finance the scheme. And then the condition the government offered were very favorable. Any man who could pursue 9 other men to accompany him to the Cape Colony would, together with his wife and children, receive a free passage. And they will be well cared for on the voyage. Every man will receive 40 hectares of land, which will become his property after 3 years. And for the next 10 years, the land will be free. So, the head of every group was to pay a deposit of 20 rand for every adult man in his group on the arrival in the Cape Colony. On the third, 1/3 of 20 rand will be repaid, and on their arrival late, this money would use for the substances for everything that they need to keep alive until the first crop were harvested. Then the government will sell them agricultural implements, seed coins, and rations at the cost price. Every 100 families could select a minister to accompany them, and then his salary would be paid by government. The reaction to this offer was overwhelming. Approximately 90,000 applicants were received, and ultimately 4,000 were approved. Among them were farmers, artisans, clerks, etc. And then the British government hired 24 ships, sailed from Britain. They arrived in Table Bay on the 17th March 1820. From there, straight to Algoa Bay. Then they were offered and offloaded on the barefield. Therefore, with the above history, why our government must ask permission to occupy our own land in our own country? The British settlers had no trespass by then. They even laid on the barefield, and there was nobody who asked them the permission to come in South Africa. Where are we going to get the certified copies? From whom? Because our forefathers had no documents by then, because we used to write on the other plate, which was called slate. Even if they wrote there, they could have been broken by now. I thank you.
Okay. Molweni, mandibulise inkosi, Nkosi MP Mahlangu, nenkosi zonke ezikhona. Ndibulise ke i-leadership ye-government ekhona apha. Zinkosi zam, I think i-purpose yethu apha yeyoba sizoxelelwa ngendaba ye-expropriation bill. Into ebuhlungu yeyobana igama lam ndinguManene Tabane. Inkosana kwisizwe samampondomise Eastern Cape. Ndime apha as national organizer we-Royal Leaders of South Africa, iRolesa. But mhlambe make silungise lento. Inkosi ngokwesilungu kuthiwa zi-royal leaders, not traditional leaders. Kwalento ethi traditional leaders ngesilungu you are belittling us. Ngoba xa uthi umuntu yi-traditional leader, nabani na owenza imidlalo traditional, he becomes a traditional leader. Nabani na oqokelela abantu acule amaculo traditional, i-traditional leader. Na wenza kungabikho mehluko phakathi kwenkosi yomthonyama ne-tradition ezenziwa ngabantu. But apho siyakhona into ethi 1994 we had 2/3 majority as i-government entsha eyangenayo. Sasinayo i-chance yokutshintsha umthetho wenze lento esifunayo. 29 years down the line, we are still making a merry-go-round. Sithetha nge-issue yomhlaba engesasiulungise with i-2/3 majority esasinayo. Now the 2/3 majority has gone. Kunzima to address the issue of the land. Now, again, when we look at this today, saba nento in this act, kuko willing buyer, willing seller. Now this willing buyer and willing seller has failed again. Uchukuti to get a land is still a dream. This means that we may have another 29 years struggling for the land. Now, Siva into entsha namhlanje, I'm confused because I didn't get it clear. The nil compensation. I into entsha ke lo nil compensation. Because as I understand to take nil compensation. Apa, when they were talking about expropriation without compensation, there are acts as they call you. They were never repealed. Those are the two critical acts that they can use. Rather than to come to the people and say, we still want to hear your views. Kuko into ekutwa restitution of Land Right Act of 1994. Particular Land Right Act of 1994, kuku section 42E. That section 42E talks directly kwinto ethi government is empowered to take the land. Ayixoxisi. Sibe na Expropriation Act of 1975. These two acts azidingi government money buyisize ebantwini. They should implement it in parliament so that abantu babe nomhlaba wabo. This is the now when you talk about expropriation, the land ozawithatha kubantu, then it gives the government awusebenze, it doesn't make sense. The bigger picture ithi section 25 wayenzelwe ntoni. For as long as the section 25 singamtshintshi, we are going nowhere. Because section 25, when I want to take the land, you'll go to court, and at the end level, the apex court, which is the constitutional court, what other legal avenue do we have if it court this land belongs to so and so? What other else? So this is a merry-go-round cycle. I wouldn't like a government, it comes again and tell us what we are still engaging with you about the issue of the land. As Rolesa, we still appeal to say the tools that they have, the government should use them for us to get the land. Because this gathering, it will happen even after elections, or they will keep quiet until the next elections. The question would be, if Nizile namhlanje, what impact is it going to make with the recent meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Mangbingelela makhosi akona, members of parliament, and all the traditional communities. My name is Pegis Melane. I'm from Umpagati Maswati Traditional Council. Program Director, can I address you just a minute? As Umpagati Maswati, we've suffered a great exclusion from Gauteng provincial legislation. Each and every time when there is an activity that includes traditional communities or traditional leaders, we don't get the invitation. It raised a great concern to us as people, as good citizens of Gauteng. We only got the invitation yesterday night through social media. Thank you. Okay, with regards to the expropriation bill, as Umpagati Maswati Traditional Council, we do support the expropriation of land. Only if you are going to expropriate the land from the white people to the black people. Let's face reality. What is happening in Gauteng? What is happening in Gauteng? We are operational as traditional communities and as traditional leaders. We are addressing issues of national importance in our communities, but where we are affected by bylaws, whereby we must utilize a community hall, you must pay, and on top of that, we are doing a social project for people who are supposed to attend to those communities, but because they can't reach out for them. So we do support the expropriation of land. We've identified some land. If you want us to assist you, there are farms around Nigel, Springs, which belongs to Mr. Van Tonder. We can assist you in that. And the second thing is, if you can allow us to make our submission, that as traditional leaders and traditional communities of Gauteng, what is our feeling? How do we want to operate in our province? Because what is happening in Gauteng, sihlale ezindlini asinamizi indlu la umakhelwane la ula, we can't do our programs well in the townships. So if we allow us to make submission, we'll appreciate that, to do that. Why only 2 minutes?
Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Ngibingelela bonke ubuholi bomdabu obukhona la. Ngibingelele ke nohulumeni wethu, siyanibingelela. Engizakusho nje nakho ukunikhumbuza hulumeni.
Mina ke bengakhe kwaZulu. Sengilapha ke manje ke eGauteng la kuthiwa khona uhulumeni la kuthiwa khona indawo iTransvaal. Sengilapha njoba inkosi la kade ikhuluma ukuthi ubukhosi babo busuka kuphi. La nifike nayilahla khona ke uhulumeni neyilahle lapha ke. Uma kufonywa iqembu elibusayo African National Congress, it was 1912. Lifonywa ngabaholi laba amakhosi nabafundisi. Manje manisuka ke nina lapho ke senikhethana seniyokwakha ke lesigungu ke sikahulumeni kuphuma iNational Party. Senilahla ke thina ke bafundisi namakhosi. Kulapho kwalahleka konke. Yikho kubona nje namanje la ngabe nivule ngomthandazo. Anivuli ngomthandazo la. Yini ningavuli ngomthandazo? Okwesibili la anivuli ngobukhosi ngoba yonke into nina senifaka under carpet. Kulapho ke kulahleke khona. Namanje ezikoleni nivale ama-assembles ukuthi kwakuthandazwe ezikoleni. Niyayibona into eyenzakala eParliament nisakazana ngezitulo ngoba nithathe manje nalahla uNkulunkulu nazobeka nazokuma nina ubunina nangayema ngobuhulumeni nilahla uNkulunkulu. Kungakho ke izinto zenu zingahambi ngenhlonipho. Nathatha ke manje imithetho iyayingeyethu singabantu. Manje nithi omama abathathwe izithembu, omama bathatha izithembu. Nake nakubona apho umfazi ethatha izithembu. Izinto eniyifomayo la ezingasihambisi kahle ngoba nisilahlise ini into yethu singamakhosi. Manje yikho ke izinto la zilahleka, nilahle indlela yethu. Namanje mangabe ningafuni ukushintsha nizobona ngo2024 amakhosi engene eParliament. Uma lokhu ningakwenzi ngoba osopolitiki abanabo abantu kuzongena amakhosi. Sifuna amakhosi kuyoba nguminister of finance kungena inkosi. Sifuna inkosi la eyoba iminister of education. Manje lapho anisibali ndawo thina. Kungani ningasibali? Yilokuthi ni undermine ini ubukhosi. Sasinethembo sokuthi uhulumeni kaANC uyolungisa izinto. Manje akasilungiseli thina izinto. Sengigcina ke. Ngicela ke nenze nakho. Nizobona ngo2024. This is a wake up call. If you can born and understand, kudala sinitshena. Satshela sakhuluma kusaphethe umsholozi ukuthi umsholozi nizoyibona lento yonyama itholi thina sasithi nilungisizwe kanti nilifaka sithi ke namanje ke lungisani lezinto okhala ngazo. Bayasho bathi lapha eUnion Building kunamathuna abo. Ayoshintshwa iUnion Building kube yikwandebele building Union Building ibekwe kahle ngendlela enjani eyiyo kanti nifuna ukuthini? Ngiyanicela ke okhulumayo ke isakhamuzi ngikhona la iduduza. Archbishop nje webandla leZion. Sifuna izinto, ifuna iziza la asiyitholi. Nisifakele into sicela kamakhosi. Asikhona esontweni. Sicela amakhosi akhelwe umasipala nosipala ama-royal houses. Sifuna ama-royal houses asebukhosini. Zakhiwe lezo ndawo. Ningathi nje nize ku legislator akodwa amakhosi awabalelwa ndawo. Siyanicela ke sifuna izindlu la mntana kwethu sifuna izindlu ze royal houses ake zakhiwe lapha phakathi. Ikhansela lingahlali lodwa. Yithi esiphethe umphakathi. Kodwa mase kuyovotwa niyasishifta ulanda umntana wakho kuphi le Cape Town kuthi ufundile wedlula mina. Kanti ngibani ade qoqa abantu la. Ningadlali ke. Viva makhosi, viva! Viva makhosi, viva!
Baete!
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 Baete! Ngicela simamelaneni bantu abadala. Ngithanda le yesithembu ngibona ingathi ngizosithatha nami isithembu.
Baete! Bengithanda ukulochisa. Ngilochisa amakhosi namakhosazana. Ngilochisa abomma nabobaba. Ngiphinde ngithokoze ukuthi basibize sizobonisana ngale bill. Ngiyabathokoza benza umberego omuhle. Masingabashayi kuphela. Ngoba eGauteng ubukhosi bebungekho all along. Manje nase bas recognize, let's appreciate and ask them to work together with them and call the other departments ezingekho la njengoba kuvele ama issues wama social problems and whatsoever. Awukwazi ukumbhalo. Ingubo yesikhethu le unokhetho wakho. So siyacela nje kubo esicelayo ukuthi babize amanye ama department and nekhokta phezulu siyayicela ize ikhokta. Last meeting nasithembisa ukuthi nizoza nayo anizanga nayo mara mina ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu bomama nabobaba because besingamenywanga sonke njengoba kucelwa le meeting ukuthi iphindwe ukuthi nibe khona. I-expropriation of land singunzunza mabhoko sithi phambili ngayo. Awuthathwe umhlaba emakhuweni ubuyele kithi. Awuthathwe. Ngizwile futhi ngisithandile ispeaker number 10 nobaba Mazibuko nobaba uLikhuleni. Baba uLikhuleni njengoba nathi kwanzunza mabhoko siclaimile iland. Makhosi ngicela ubaba Mazibuko usho kahle wathi inkinga yethu ukuthi siyadonsisana. Yiko bangasithatheli ehloko. Asiliseni ukudonsisana siberegisane umhlaba ngwethu sonke njengoba si-applyile thina nabo baba uLikhuleni. Asivimbi umuntu asivalanga minyango lokhu nje seyiseland claim basebenza ngo-31 December 1998. So ngithi labo nawufika le land claim bajamisa iclaim yakho asivalanga minyango thina. Into engiphakamisile yileyo kakhulu ukuthi ngifuna ukuyisho ukuthi asivalanga umnyango kaNzunza. Ene thina sisebenza nawo amakhosi woyi2 ngeland. Sisebenza nenkosi uManala ingwenyama. Sisebenza nenkosi ingwenyama uMahlangu uNzunza ngokwakhe. So asivalanga isichaba lesi ngoba kuland claim banibiza ngokuthi njengoba ubaba osuka la athi ubuya from Natal ukuza ngapha banibiza ngokuthi seningama tenants wala kwamele nathi sinifake kule land. Umhlaba kusowethu. Yilento bengifuna ukuyichaza akusowethu kuphela. Yes, Transvaal was for Ndebelesi. And sa apply ukuthi 1913 sinencwadi esiphethe eyabhalwa uLouis Botha ngokwakhe ukuthi wathathela umkhulu wami umkhatshana umhlaba ngo1913 wayibhala phasi. Bacabanga ukuthi angithi ngiyanizwa nithi amandebele bathi indlayela. Amandebele ayafihla ke. Wayifihla umkhulu lo ncwadi. Sitholile thina yiyo lesi apply ngayo nge31 ka December 1998. Ngithanda ukuthokoza ndlu yasekhaya. Ningadinwa nangomuso noma sinikapa ngamatshe sinenzani kodwa nenza umberego omuhle. Ngiyathokoza. Ngibawa ukwenza submission, a written submission. Written submission yase lesathi si submitile ku government. Ngicela usikhosana. Thank you. Ezoyenza imisebenzi for abantu letha abantwana benu. I-government ayikhiphi imali. Ngisubmita kubani? Imega city le. Imega city le. Nisilande nasekwakhiwa singadli sodwa. Ngithokoze.
Bayethe ngwenyama bayethe. Bayethe ngwenyama bayethe. Mushate. Mushate. Ke a leboha. Ke dumedisa bo botlhe baetapele ba ba leng mo. le lona baetapele ba rona o tloa ko mmusong. Nna ke ntate Chaba ke tla ko Soshanguve mo sekoting sa Kgoshi Mokhutswane. Ke nako e telele ntse re beile pelo government e sa re bone ka selo. Ebile e bontsha le lenyatso ka mohare. Every meeting he ba re bitsa re bolela ntho e one. Bona ba tla mo ba tlo re botsa ba re planetse ene mo planning ya bona ha ba re involve hore re bontshane le bona. Ba bontshana ba le one he ba tla mo ba tlo re botsa hore ba re botsa o ka re ba nyaka ho utlwa maikutlo a rena hore rena re reng. Banong ke nako ya hore re le mahoshi re tlhakaneng re lwentwa re go pele re bone hore lenyatso le la government le tla fella kae. He ba lapisa ke dipolotiki ba tla mo bohoshing ba nyaka ditilo mo bohoshing ka hore kgoshi a ikgethiwe. Kgoshi e tloa e le kgoshi o tloa lo. Banong re na le talente ya bo rena ya bohoshi re na le dingaka ka mo ara rena ka mo. Re na le baruti re na le batho bo bohle ba mefuta e ka re thusang. He e le hore government e tlo pala ka mokgwa e palang ho costa hore banong re thene ditafola le nna re ba bontshe hore ka mo hara rena ka mo ho na le batho ba ba na le talente e ka ba beang straight hore ba utlwe se re se utlwang mo. A re palle ko hore re le mahoshi re organize dingaka le baruti le ba bang ba ba ka re thusang ba tlhasele government e menohe e tshwane le maloba he ne re lwa le maburu ba be straight ka baka la hore ke nako e telele ntse le hore a ba re nake and he re ka se tlhakane ra nna le plan B ya way forward re tlo ba le bothata every day ba tlo re bitsa mo ba re botsa ntho e one. So ke kgopela hore a re kopaneng re lwentwa e re se ka nyema moko ke a leboha.
Thank you, Program Director. Mangibulisa amakhosi wonke. Ngiphakamiswe nje izinto eziyi-2. We are tired. When they say kuzoba ne land bill kuzowuzisa umhlaba, we were thinking that they will take the land from those who grab it forcefully to the rightful people. But manje kuthiwa uyathathwa ukuthi usuka kubani akutshiwo. Umhlaba ngwamakhosi, land belong to us. Amakhosi ke awahlonitshwa. Amakhosi awahlonitshwa. Uyazi why angahlonitshwa? Because we have let politics to play a role yobukhosi. Ngaba ba controller thina njobe silethe la. Bazositshela ukuthi bona bazothatha umhlaba ukuthi bawusaphi abanixelela ngithi. Uyazi why? Because they even entertain izinto ezobukhosi. Mna ngiyiprincess yamaMpondomise. Di under uSam David's Royal Kingdom. Dilithole lo mthwakazi. And into yenza ukuthi sibe kanje because ngabo benza basixabane. Baza my own maMpondomise bathi ukuthi lo uzoba inkosi kuthi politician. You can't ungaso inkosi wazi into zobukhosi. Ubukhosi bubelong emakhosini. Njengeland le abathi bayoyilanda. Bayayilanda kwakuye yabani? Kwakuye abakhosi angithi. Let the land return to the rightful people so that kungenzekile yabona amakhosi masidibana siyatsho ukuthi hey ipolitiki ishayini. Ngifuna unitshela namhlanje ke politician amakhosi asekhathele. Mhlawumbe nathi ngoku sizoba no minister khonapha abamakhosi abazojonga izidingo zethu singamakhosi. Mna Joba ndizile apha namhlanje ndiye ndabona iheading ngathi hayi ngoba ngangifakile nami input inyana hayi kunoba mhlawumbe Joba ngemfuduko sathathwa sanganikwa namali mhlawumbe there is something But I'm telling you, I'm very angry right now because that land ayizubuyela nakuthi ibuyela kwako ku-government. Bayithatha emlungwini lo wakuqola wena baphinde bayithathe siyaqolwa kabini. Makuthiwe kaloku ibuyele kuthi land because thina asinamakhaya sihleli ngaphandle because abelungu bathatha iland zotata bethu. So sifuna ukuthi umhlaba ubuye back. Makhosi musana ukuvumela ugovernment ucontrol ubukhosi. And masihlonipheni nathi amakhosi ethu ukuze igovernment ihlonipha amakhosi kungathi xa sibona xa bebona thina siwahlonipha amakhosi ethu ezindaweni zokuhlala. Ngiyabonga.
Ngithokoze ngilotshise igovernment esibizileko namhlanje ngilotshise namakhosi wonke nesitshaba esikhona ngoba igovernment namhlanje ilethe indaba ezimnandi azibhlungu zimnandi nayizekithi manje ukuze sikhuphe ikhalo zethu nesishoda ngakho ngiza kubetha kufitshane ngoba namsengadabulabhela ngizongena ke zomhlaba thina sathatha mina ngusikhosana okhulumako ngujabulani uBoyisikhosana umavula wesithathu indlu kaJali ebukhosini bakwaSikhosana ngaphasi kobukhosi bakwaMakerwane eGameltree. Thina umhlabethu wathathwa ngo-1913 uthathwa ngamabhunu ezandleni zethu amabhunu angakalithathi inarha manje iyile ngo-94 nasiceda ukuvota inarha yadlenywa nasiceda ukuklema inarha ikhambile kwaba nabantu abasebenza in government employee ngaphakathi kwenarha abanye zinhlobo zethu sicabana sodwa. And then after that inarha namhlanje asikayitholi from 94 iklenyiwe sivuselele bathi siphinde siyivuselela ngo 2014 sivuselele the 2014 inyanga epheleleko bengijame lapha ngesikhathi kuphethe uZuma bathi amaclaim kaZuma awasebenzi. I-government seyifake imayini ngesikhathi ngo-2014 siyiklema ukuthi siyivuselele basitshela nge-10% isitshaba i-10% solo imayini lori zigcwala indlela ziyathutha i-10% ayikho mina ngimi ojame lapho nokleme inarha. And then abantu abakhe lapho izakhamizi namajali ubukhosi bakwaSikhosana sekuliwa silwa sodwa sibethana ngedlanza kungalimala abantu manje besibawa ukuthi igovernment isebenze ngendlela efaneleko ngamakhosi nangabantu. Namanje ngikhuluma nje nini nanini singezwa ukuthi omunye ulimele sesilwa sodwa mara njenge ophethe ubukhosi ngitosaptisi ngale narha esiyitlemileko ngiphinde ukulamula right through ngenza njani sebe bafake nomoya abanye abasebenza ku-government employee mara zinhlobo ukuthi inarha ayithengiswe ngingazi-ke ukuthi akuthengiswa inarha ukuthi kuyokwenzewani. Ngiyathokoza ngoba ithuba alikho igovernment siyathokoza nesinikeze ithuba namhlanje ukuthi sibe nelizwi besibawa ku-government ukuthi igovernment ibereke nathi kuhle. Ngiyathokoza.
Bayede ithi ngibonge bantu abadala makhosi ami sengizobuyisela ku-chairperson ukuthi asinikeze i-way forward bese uyavala. Mangisuka la ngihamba nabakaMahlangu ngizwile ukuthi baneland eningi laphana from Union Building from ukuza le kwaNdebele. Hayi ngihamba nabakaMahlangu. Over to you, Chair.
Lochani, Dumelang. Before we get to the end of our today's session, ngicela uBaba Tom, the Provincial Secretary of Contralesa, Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, Contralesa. You are even represented in Parliament. nanga makhosi ayakhala to government akabahloniphi. I give you 5 minutes to speak to amakhosi from contraless. Uthi nithini ngwe expropriation bill ne contraless.
Ndabezitha bayethe ndabezitha ngunobhala lo okhulumayo wecontralesa eGauteng. Isizwe ndiyasibona ukuthi siyakhala sonkana. Sifuna ukuthi umhlaba ubuyele ku rightful owners of which ke ngabaholi bomdabu labo. Sicontralesa nathi sisho kanjalo from national level to the local municipalities to say umhlaba mawubuyele kubaholi bomdabu, mawubuyele kubaholi bomdabu, abaholi bomdabu bazakwenza ukuthi balwisane nendlala ekhona ekhungethe isizwe esimnyama. Yingakho ke sithi sicontralesa into all 9 provinces masisebenzisane nohulumeni okhona ngoba uba ngaba sisebenzisani nohulumeni okhona siyamhewula uhulumeni wethu lasamfoma in 1912 eBloemfontein. So ndithi ke ngalamazwi endibakhuluma ukuthi sizwe esinsundu baholi bomdabu ngokwezi traditional councils zonke ezikhona la eholweni masisebenzisane nohulumeni singabi ngama counter revolution ngoba if sivumela ntamolukhuni babuyele kwipower in 2024 bazawuhlehlisa zonke gains zawubuyele emuva. So masisebenzisane nohulumeni mayiphume eceleni sizama ukuthi singamlwisi simbonise ngendlela eright ukuthi ke la government uyaphambuka sifuna ukuthi na indlela okuhamba. Yingakho ndithi ke baholi bomdabu ayihlale phansi ibamba umthetho ngabantu bethu laba abalapha kwethu masisebenze nabo ngendlela apho nabo njengabantwana babantu bayazalwa njengathi ukuthi ke sasa masikhuluma ngale bill singamakhosi ayiqali la ekuruleni indaba okhuluma ngomhlaba. Ziyabanjwa izigungo zokukhuluma ngomhlaba at a national level uhulumeni okhokhele. Akusho ukuthi ke mangaba uhulumeni okhokhele esondela kithi singabantu bomdabu masasemthatha noma isikanjani masimnike ithuba. iRome was not built in one day. So masenze kahle ukuthi ke uhulumeni ophethe sisebenzisana naye ekuthenini alungise amaphutha in the past. Senze sure ubana makunje si no mamelani makhosi mamelani uma ngaba sizawuthetha ekuthenini thina uhulumeni uzawubuyisa umhlaba. Uyabuya umhlaba wethu, indaba zomhlaba ziyabuya. So siyawubuyisa umhlaba, sanulwa izinto azilungiswa ngokulwa, zilungiswa ngama negotiations. Siyahamba nohulumeni ophethe senze sure ubana singabaholi bomdabu simfaka endleleni uhulumeni ngabantwana bethu laba. Uhulumeni sizolungisa naye, sizawulungisa ukuthi umhlaba awubuyise. Siyacela ke sizwe sakithi ukuthi uhulumeni masisebenzisane naye singalwi naye.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, my question to all of you here. My question to all of you here. Traditional leaders, Makosi that are seated here today. Mr. David, Mr. David, Mr. David, Mr. David, Mr. David, this is a legislature sitting. You are in the legislature sitting. Yes, please respect our rules. We have respected you. We listened to you, do the same. Respect us and listen to us. We sat here painstakingly listening to you. Now, this is an example that I wanted to send to you. As leaders, those who are leading your own communities, if you are unable to listen to yourselves, who must listen to you? If you are unable to listen to yourselves, who must listen to you? The gentleman who was speaking here represents Contralesa, an organization. No, you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't, Mamela, Chief, you don't have to like what I'm saying. You don't have to like it. But it's a fact. He is the secretary of Contralesa. And all of you here, as Amakos, you are expected to belong to Contralesa because it represents you. If you are not a member of Contralesa, it's not a problem. You are not forced to be in Contralesa. But it will be wrong for any of you to stand here and accuse this table of not taking you serious. It is extremely wrong for any of you to come here and accuse this table of not taking you serious when you are unable to listen to yourself. Mam Togo, ngicela usukume mam. Ngiyacela. Ngokukhulu ukusithoba ngicela usukume. Babheke labantu. Camera animvezeni eTV. Mvezeni ngifuna bambone. Lo mama lo omela. Thank you mama, ungahlala phansi ngiyabonga kakhulu. Iphi inkosi yakho? Bakhona abantu abathumile abahamba nawo. Thank you. Ngifuna bathathe lo mlayezo bayotshela inkosi yakho. This table here, our responsibility is to go to the 5 corridors of Gauteng. Vaal, Western, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane, and consult the people of Gauteng on the expropriation bill. We did that. We did 5 corridors. Like all other provinces, we did the 5 corridors. Mams Kosan, ngicela usukume ma for the last time. Lo mama lo, we are here today, we are meeting here today because of this lady here. She stood up here and asked us one very important question. How do you speak about land expropriation? Amakhosi angekho. How do you do that? You are busy, you are talking here, you are taking decisions, but you have not consulted with the relevant people. Abanikazi bomhlaba. It was because of this lady that we had to go back and readjust our program. We had to go back and readjust our program. We met in Gold Reef City. Amakhosi stood up in the meeting and said to us, we feel that Amakhosi are not well represented in this meeting. This is not the correct number of Amakhosi. There are other regions that are not represented here. So siyanicela, ahlehliseni le meeting. Let's go and mobilize so that Amakhosi can be here. So you can hear what athina Amakhosi ngomhlaba wabo. We had to postpone that meeting. And that's why we're meeting here today. And the meeting is continuing because the feeling is that at least majority of Amakhosi are here, have been consulted. Yes, there's a mistake. There are those who got to be invited on the 11th hour, we understand. But the majority of you were invited some time back. There are those who've been calling to say Sameli transport in Amanj. Aigafig. There are those who decided to organize transport for themselves. That they had to come here and we had to pay the transport. Because they wanted to be part and parcel of this discussion. I'm raising these things to you because I want you to realize that we take you serious. We respect you. All of you here, you've got relatives in one province or the other. Just ask your fellow king or your fellow ndona or your fellow chief if the legislature came and consulted them as Amakhosi kuphela. Mams Kosana says, why do you want to talk to us with abantu esimele thina siyabakhokhela? ufuna sikhulume sithini? Sibize thina singamakhosi sizokhuluma nani. Sinibizile namhlanje. Sathi sitsheleni ke makhosi nayi ibill. Ibill ithi iproposa expropriation of land without compensation. Ibill ithi proposa nil compensation. Nina ningamakhosi nithini? That's why we're here. There's no decision that we have taken. We're asking you to tell us, to go and tell those in parliament, to say amakhosi eGauteng, when it comes to expropriation of land, they will only support it if you do the following, or they don't support it at all. That's what we wanted you to tell us. For the past 3.5 hours, all we wanted to hear is to say, what are you saying to us? What must we go and say to the NCOP? What must we go and say to the National Assembly? We did not come here because we want votes. We came here because it's part of our mandate. When the bill comes, we must consult with you. The good thing is that it's only yourselves here, amakhosi. There is no commoner here. It's only you. We wanted to hear from you. Mina ngiyinkosi yakwaSikhosana. Ngithi thina abantu bakwaSikhosana umhlaba mani expropriate mele ni expropriate ngalendlela ethize nethize then sizonisupport uhulumeni. Sit note done. Usukumi uthi thina bakaMahlangu nangu umbono wethu subhale done. Usukumi uthi thina bakaMabhena sithi lokhu nalokhu. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Asukume ubaba uDavid athi thina singamakhowe and son. When you want to expropriate land, this is what you must do. This is the land that you must target. And if it happens that the land is within my traditional compound, and you want to build what will benefit the community, be it a clinic, a community hall, a swimming pool, woza kimi. Uthi nkosi yami, suhulumeni, sibone lo mhlaba, sifuna ukwenza lokhu nalokhu ngalomhlaba. Uthini wena? Mina ngiyinkosi, ngibiza induna zami, sihlale phansi sikhulume. Bese sakubiza sithi woza ke, sesisithathile isiqhumo. That's what we wanted to hear from you. We didn't want to hear allegations and insults that we were subjected to. All we wanted to hear is that nina nkosi zami nithini ngale expropriation of land without compensation. Niyavuma na? Yebo siyavuma. Kodwa ukuvuma kwethu kuhambisana nalokho. Cha asivumi ngoba sivumelani nalokhu. Sihambe siyotshela induna zethu. Sihambe siyotshela abaphathi bethu. That's all. Hayi le nqushu bekade siyenza la. Sikhombana ngeminwe, sithuka abanye and all of that. It was not necessary. Ningamakhosi kwamele simhloniphe. Kodwa mase ngikhipha nangu sekakhipha hey ngizokushaya kanjani? Kanjani? Kunabantu abakhulu kangaka la emhlanganweni wanamhlanje. Sijabulile sitafula ukuthi hey saze sakhuluma namakhosi nathi. Ize izobhalwa kulama CV wethu ukuthi ngelinye ilanga awunathi sa address amakhosi. Yayihleli inkosi imamele mina. Inkosi ihleli phansi ngimamele. Hawu. Into engaka. Ngimamelwa inkosi mina. Bese uyasukuma ufuna ukushaya omunye because ukhuluma lento wena ongayithandi. Akumelanga kube kanjalo. And I'm sure nasemkhandleni yenu mase inkosi inibizile ihleli nenduna. Ayikho lokuthi lo makakhuluma ngoba umthandi nawe uyakhuluma. Uyathula umamela qede iphuzo lakhe. Bese uyangena ubeke lakho etafuleni. Uyenzile ukuthi inkosi akhona uthatha isinqumo esiright. Asiyehliseni imimoya. Sacela imeeting isaqala ukuthi thathani imimoya ibekeni phansi njengamali yokuhlola. Unless akaze nihambe niyohlola. Anazi ukuthi imali yokuhlola ihlala phansi. Thathani imimoya nibeke phansi njengemali yokuhlola. Nithathe imithetho uma mncube kade asifundela yona. Sibekele phezulu njenge TV yaseTavern. Hawu nkosi yami. Yikho lokho nje. Sinzwile menikhuluma. Uma even though benikhuluma nikwatile, kodwa umlayezo ufikile sinzwile and ukubonisa ukuthi sinzwile nangu magagula uzontshela ukuthi meeting ekugcineni what is the feeling of the meeting on the expropriation of bill based on the contribution that was made here today. Ngeke size la sesithatha decision bese sithi siya consulta ini kanti decision iseyithathiwe. Awukavalwa. Angithi Morin Khaya akavalwa ngithi bangasakhona ukwenza ama submissions. Awuyifake lapha TV email mshana, awuyifake lapha. Faka lapho Khaya, fakani email address lapha, fakani lapha. Lokho osesekhona la, osafila ukuthi hey, safuna ukwenza icontribution. Nkosi yami, yazi mase siceda umithi mawusophela. Khona lento emfana lo ayikhulumile man. Bengithi ke sithi ukuthi nathi silahlele. Nayi email izovela lapho. Nilahlele imibono yenu so that mase sivala sesicleaner. Sikhona ukuyithumela. If kuyakhonakala siza checka ne committee. A very flexible committee. Yabona ugcwele abomama nje la. It's month of August, it's Women's Month, ugcwele abomama la. If kuyakhonakala kuzothi mase siqedile sesicleanile before sihambise sinbize sihlale phansi sithi nayi ke final mandate based on your contribution esihambisayo. Nibone ningathi laba under carpet hey kwasha kwacima if kuyakhonakala sizokwenza lokho. If akhonakala singabiza nje ama representative from different traditional councils hlanganeni lapha legislature siyenze presentation sithi nayi siqedile sicleanile iyahamba ke manje basho ukuthi I know hayi sishayela isithupha iyo le alright shintshani la nala asivumi lapha bese siyahamba bese nani niyazi ukuthi thina eGauteng amakhosi waseGauteng nami ibono yethu ihambile. Ngithi mina awufonele lo sempumalanga or lo se northwest or lo se free umbuzo ukuthi hey ndoda awusho ike yafika ilegislature yanbiza ningamakhosi yanibuza ukuthi ninanibona kanjani. Yithi kuphela le eGauteng abayenzile and siyenzisa omama sikhosana. Ngiyakubonga ma uNkulunkulu abe nawe. So ngiyabonga ngicela ubiza uMamthoko athi nje asummarize ukuthi discussion namhlanje ihambe kanjani and then bese sicela ke osisi lapha abonthabiseng nabo Lerato abo Emma banisize ningasukumi banilethele ukudla nje kuba niloku nihleli kanje ningasasukumi bazonilethela ukudla la nihleli khona. Ningasahambi niyofola iline nifole enough nifolele itiye 1 hour yonke umile lapho umele itiye. Hlala phansi njengenkosi bazokulethela ukudla kwakho. Ngibonge kakhulu. Lotshani.
Bayeti. Sanibonani futhi. Igama lami uThokozile kaMagagula. I think uChairperson uyivalile whatever I was going to say, the summary yokuthi the land belongs to the different royal houses. That's what you have said. Sikutholile la ngisho. Ngiyabahlonipha mina abantu abafuna ukukhuluma before mina. Yeah. Bengithi, yeah, I thought the chairperson has closed the meeting, has summarized to say that what you are saying is that the land belongs to Amakhosi, and what you want to do, if you want to support we want you to support the bill, ukuthi fanele kushiwo kube specific ukuthi umhlaba uyathathwa uthathwa kubani usiwa kubani. That was the results or the outcome of this house. Sivumelene kanjalo samakhosi sisho kanjalo. See, that is our proposal. Kodwa ke uChairperson bengitsika ivalile njoba asho ukuthi njoba imbono yonke ithathiwe
izohamba siyenze before thina sihambisa ukuthi eGauteng athina amakhosi sobuya kunina. But okunye ngicela ukukusho ukuthi ngicela lesimamele kakhulu so that in future sizokwazi ukuthi kuyenzakalani. As this committee, a infrastructure portfolio committee, we deal with infrastructure kakhulu. The committee which deals with ezinye zezinto traditional amakhosi ikokta abogabethu, they were supposed to be here. Unfortunately, the chairperson ufake apology on behalf of the committee. But chairperson with the chairperson we kokta, and also with MEC where infrastructure no MEC we kokta, chairperson zondlulisa umlayezo ukuthi niyadingeka bayadingeka ukuthi esikhathini esiningi basebenze kakhulu nani noma bakhe lobo buhlobo obuzokwenza ukuthi in future kungabi nako konke lokho okubakhona manje nizokwazi ukuthi nihlale nabo phansi nixoxe izingxaki zenu nithi maniza nibe nihlangene okunye futhi mhlambe ukuthi banihlanganise ngoba kwangathi nani kukhona la nihlukana khona. Okugcina ke ukuthi sinibonge angibonge i-committee ukuthi likwazi ukuthi libe khona la ngibonge ama organizers what this event, that is our support staff. Maninganikeza ukudla nithulile kuzoba kuhle. Is our support staff siphinde sibonge futhi kwabasitolikelayo ukuthi understand ngeilimi ngasemuva. Sibonge futhi nabenze ukuthi namhlanje sikwazi ukuthi masikhuluma sikwazi ukuzwana abasilethele lembhobho ukuthi bekhona. Sibonge nabenze ukuthi masiqeda noma masifika kube khona okuya ethunjini. Okugcina ngibonge nina niyama VIP wethu eniyeneza ukuthi nizosilale ukuthi nizolalela ukuthi sinibizeleni niphinde futhi nibe negalelo ekutheni la lento esinibizele yona. Ngiyethemba ukuthi masisuka la siyayibonga nenational ukuthi nabo babe khona kuzorepresenta inational. Ngiyethemba bezwile ukuthi imlayezo ithini. Ngiyethemba masisuka la sibuyele emakhaya sizobuyela sifike emakhaya siphephile. Bengithi sixolise ekutheni ubaba ushilo ukuthi silahlile asiqalanga ngomkhuleko. Umkhuleko siyazi ukuthi sesikhuleke kanjani iyehlukane kepha besocela ukuthi manje noma singakhulekanga masivula kepha besocela oyedwa oqhutshwa umoya ukuthi asikhulekele sivala sizokwazi ukuthi sifike emakhaya siphephile uma sisuka la. Ngiyabonga. Sibe sicela ke ukuthi wonke umuntu othole i-gadget lezi zibuye ngoba uma sowuphuma la sasebenzi seyizoba nje itoy bazosikoleka ke ukuthi zibuye ziyabuya besizibolekile usibona nje ziyashoda ngoba abanye baye bahambe nazo. Ubani ongasikhulekele oqhutshwa umoya ubaba siyabonga baba.
Lochan ngokhulu kuzithoba kube ne silence si letha ukubonga umusa kaNkulunkulu asenzele wona entambama nje. Sicela kancane kube khona isilence siyakhuleka asivale namehlo abo baba bathula isigcoko sikhuluma nomkhulu owadala izulu nomhlaba owaguqa amadolo wabumba umuntu owuNkulunkulu uqobo lwakhe. Siyakhuleka. Baba mnini mandla onke mdalozi nomhlaba nayi effort iphethekile ngomsa wakho nangesandla sakho. Yebo Nkosi yami naba baphathi siyabonga ukuthi banike ukubekezela nokubekezelela isitshaba. Manje Nkosi sizophuma sendaweni ezahlukahlukene naba abashayeli bengcola banike ukuhlakanipha ukushayela baphephe Nkosi yami ingqondo yabo bese driving nabahamba ube nabo benyawo baqine balusi balondoloze baqine ngaphansi kwesakho isandla bese kuthi ikhalo nezicelo zifinyelele Nkosi yami baphathi bese ikhalo zethu zibe nempumelelo enawo. Konke siyakuthokoza osenzele kona. Busisa lokudla sokudla manje kuzoxhasa igazi nomphefumulo kube nempilo ebuya kuwe ekhaya ezulwini. NgoJesu sikhulekile kuwe. Amen.